Alright, good evening, folks. It's Thalan McRom, and we're going to be doing another live stream of my vanilla vintage story tonight. The goal of getting over to the village, which is the next story location. So, I hope everybody's ready to join and enjoy the stream. So, I'll be watching chat. Y'all just let me know if you got questions or want to talk about stuff. So let's get started here. But first, we got to load in to our world here, which is I named it the Vintage Hermit Lands. That's what the name of my single player vanilla playthrough is, by the way. Hey Samuel, how's it going? Welcome to chat. Alright, there we go. Just had to take care of something real quick there. Alright. So if we check our time, yeah, we're probably going to sleep, and we'll head out in the morning, I think. Let's go take a look, see what foods we can get ready here. So I've got my flour. That's good. Got some pears. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Take these pears. I'm going to use these pears to make some pies, I think. There we go. Let's see. What else can I get rid of? We'll use some of these parsnips here. What do I have over here? There we go. We can use these mushrooms. Well, no, I can't use mushrooms to make pies. I just remembered. I can use these to make some stews. Main problem is I don't have a good source of meat right now. That's not true, actually. Let's go get some meat. What do you say, Samuel? How many piglets did we end up with? Well, we ended up with a nice amount of piglets. We're gonna leave the pigs alone, though. I want those pigs to grow up here. We are gonna come in here. It's time to cull the chickens. Come here, chickens. There we go. So this is my chicken coop where I'm slowly breeding up the next generation of chickens. Slowly but surely. This will let us get some poultry that we can use to make some meat stews and pies. And I can also take these eggs and use those too. Lots of things to do. But tonight, our goal is to sail over to the village, which, Samuel, I'm assuming since you're probably watching this Vintage Story stream, you're probably semi-familiar with Vintage Story. And the village is kind of the next story point in the playthrough I'm in here. Keep the rooster from escaping here. There we go. Nice. Got some eggs. Got some small bones. Now, the real trick is I gotta chase the other chickens out. Come on. Upstairs, you lot. Come on. Upstairs, please. Upstairs. Upstairs. Go on. Get him. Not downstairs. Alright, well, I'll take one. I will take one in there. That's fine. I can work with that. I want the rooster, though. Come here, rooster. There we go. Don't need the extra rooster. Never got to doing any of the story stuff. Mind myself, so I figured this would be interesting. Oh, yeah. I actually have a whole playthrough, in case you're interested, ongoing right now. Come on, chicken. Let's get upstairs, please. What I need to do is actually mine all this out down here. Make it smoother for the chickens. Come on, upstairs, please. Up the stairs. What I kind of need to do... Come on. Wait, please. Come on, chicken. What I kind of need to do... Oh, nice. Okay, cool. This thing, chicken. Alright, whatever. I'm not going to fool around with the chicken anymore. And I didn't bring any food to put in there for them. But we'll deal with that chicken later. But yeah, so I've done the Resonance Archives, which is how you get the elk here. Well, it's how you unlock buying the elk, I should say. You can technically tame one on your own. That's something they've added recently. But I've done that. I've done the Lazarette, which is kind of the next major story point. So you'll see all that as you watch the playthrough. But where we have to go now, so to give you an idea of how far the traveling is. Up here was the Resonance Archives. That was nice, like, you know, 5,000, just shy of 5,000 blocks north of me. And then Lazarette was over here, a nice 10,000 blocks west of me, basically. And now I've got to go a further 10,000 blocks, so in this case, almost 22,000 blocks west of where I'm at for this part of the story. That's all. Well, you know what? I will take the mushrooms. Go. Yeah, we'll do... Yeah, it's going to be a long trek. Go. So there's 4, 8. I don't know what I'm going to do with this one. I could do soups. That might be a better idea. Yeah, we'll do a soup. So we'll split it in half. Yeah, that'll work. Then I can have that like that. Yeah, but it's going to be a long trip. Worth it, though. Worth it, I think. Let's see here. Yeah, nope, don't want that. I will take some of these onions, though. That'll work. 5 onions. Beautiful. Cool. Alright. Got my plan. I had to think about it. Alright, here we go. So we're going to do 4 there. I can actually put this in my... out of my offhand there. 4 there, and then 4 there. This one we'll do 5. See, this is where it needs to be. And 5. And then where's my bucket? Come here, bucket. Go. This is how you make soups, by the way. In case you weren't familiar with that. Some people are, some people aren't. There. Yep. And now, I should be able to take some fuel here. Yeah, that should work. Alright. And I'll just light those up. Then it'll be time to start working on the pies. Meanwhile, I'm going to eat what's left of this. So basically, I'm trying to eat through some of the food I've got left over from my winter that I made. Yeah. Take this one, put this down here with my other crocs. And I know I had some extra fencing stored around here somewhere. Where did I put it? Did I really not? I thought I did. Oh, I can go in here for now, because I don't need this fencing. I don't need these candles right now, so they can go back in here. I feel like I'm missing... I had more candles than... Maybe I didn't have more candles than that. That's not one. Maybe that was all my candles. Alright, never mind. I'm just misremembering things like crazy right now. I already ground up the small animal bones, okay. Well, we'll just go and get the pie started here. Alright. So our goal is to kind of make a whole bunch of pies, and we're going to char them just for the extra shelf life here. Go. This would have been faster if I picked up multiple buckets. There's my flour. And last set. There we go. Back down over there. There we go. Alright. So let's go ahead and get these pies made. Is that one? This one's going to be a nice vegetable pie. There we go. Pick that one up. Go ahead and do this for my fruit pies here. Oh. There we go. Alright, we can't stack. Oh, I forgot. Hold on. That's why I wasn't stacking. There we go. Alright. How are these? Nice. Soups are ready. I'll just put that one there for now. Go. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to seal these crocks as well to make them last a bit longer. I have the extra beeswax anyways. So I actually just had a nice harvest on my bees. There we go. Grab a couple extra sets of... There we go. Get this lit so it's heating up on us. And then I need 4 more pairs. There we go. But yeah, now I'm excited. It's my first time ever going to the village as well, by the way. I guess the rest of this we'll just make into bread. Let's see here. Put these stone paths away for now. Keep the travel bed with us. Should do something with this egg. Yep. Come on, that stop bubbling at me. Yep, I'm gonna grab a couple extra vegetables real quick. Let's see here. There we go, we'll use these. I'm gonna make some scrambled eggs with mushrooms in them. Go. Oh yeah, no. Like, there's supposed to be, I think, in total something like 8 chapters in the story, or some nonsense like that. Like, it's got to be a long storyline, and there's only, I think, technically 2 of the chapters are completed, 2 to 3, depending on how you count them. Like, if you count the Resonance Archives as, like, one chapter, and then the Lazaret as a second chapter, and then you could count the village, and then the thing that comes after the village as individual chapters. But I think they roll, like, the Lazaret and the village into one chapter from their timeline, basically. Either that or they roll it, and then the Desolation, which is what's after the village, into one timeline. I was gonna say, what happened to my thing there? Alright, let's go ahead and get that. We're gonna put these scrambled eggs into a bowl as well. So, I think I think they counted as 2 chapters are in the game, technically. But yeah, there's supposed to be like 6 to 8 more chapters, I think, added. And I have my theories about what some of those things are going to be about. Oh, I didn't realize my character burned so many calories already. Alright. Let's see here. Not good. It's charred. That's what we wanted. I'm charring these pies on purpose. I'll finish off this first here. There we go. But I'm excited to see where the storyline goes. I'm also very excited about the next update. Have you been following some of the things the devs have been working on there, Samuel? Because they showed some pictures, apparently, both on, like, Twitter and I think in, like, some of the dev channels of fishing stuff. I get that. Yeah, everyone's got a busy life right now, so. But yeah, looks like they might be experimenting with adding fishing and rivers in the next major update. Is the big theory. Because they've teased fishing. Because right now to get fishing you have to have something like Primitive Survival or one of the mods that adds it. But if they add it to the base game, that's going to change things crazy. You know? So there's been a lot of speculation about that. Especially since the devs have teased it a bit. Alright, what time is it? 3 a.m.? Oh yeah, so once we finish baking, we'll probably be ready to head out here. This is a road project I'm working on. You'll get to that point eventually in my series as well, at some point. Because basically my goal, I'm going to do this over winter. Because right now in the game it's getting a little late in the summer, start of fall. I kind of want to get to the village and finish up that stuff and get back. And then I'll do some more building over winter time. And my goal is to build the rest of this road all the way across. We're going to cut through the mountains over here and basically build a dock out this way for my sailboat. That's the goal. I'm going to have to see if those lanterns are actually close enough together, though. Lots of little projects we're working on. Come on, pear. Come on, pie. Grab a couple more sticks of wood there. Perfect. That one's done. I'm going to throw these in there. I like to reheat my oven before it fully cools off. It just gets it up to a higher temperature. It maxes out at 300 degrees, but at 300 degrees it lasts a bit longer. Yeah, these paved pathways are nice because they give you that, like, I think it's either 10 or 20% speed bonus. It's a 30% speed bonus, actually. And my understanding is that also applies to your elk if you have an elk. Now, the thing with the elks is they can't make really sharp 90-degree turns easily, so you kind of, if you're going to design them in mind for your elk, you have to give it, like, curves and make them a little wider kind of a deal. At least that's my understanding. This is my first time really laying out, like, a big road and having an elk. I've never actually had an elk before this playthrough. I've got, like, 400, 500 hours in the game now. This is my first time having an elk, and I've only had it, like, maybe 10 hours. I do know that the responsiveness of the elk does depend a bit on the bit you equip it with. That part I did know, Keith. Because I actually looked at the different bits and bridles when I was making them for my elk. I went with the one that gives it the auto walk. Just because that makes life easier. Now, Keith, since you have a little more experience with this, do you know if the elks get that bonus speed from the paved pathways? Come on, pie. There it is. And last pie we're going to make for the night. I'm going to go throw these bones in the grinder upstairs while I'm waiting on that pie to bake. My elk also keeps escaping his enclosure. I'm going to figure that one out. Yep. Okay. So bacon. What's my feathers in? Might be out of feathers. Looks like I actually am out of feathers. Alright, well, they can live in there. I need to put away this flax. How are we doing there, Red? Well, pie. So, good morning. And they do everything that controls the speed of the player does. Technically, the ship would sail faster as well. Well, that's interesting to know. You know, I'd be... Because there's this weird glitch where you can get the ship stuck on land when you're building it. I'd actually be tempted to build one in such a way that it got stuck on top of a paved path, just to see if that affected the kind of dragging speed as you drag it off the land. Just curious. Anyways. And thank you for saying good morning, Keith. Good morning to you as well. Except it's nighttime here for me, so... I know we're in different parts of the world. It's actually 8:38 p.m. where I'm at. No worries, Keith. I understand, though. Gotta get that morning routine done. My morning routine is waking up at 5 a.m. and staring off into space, wondering why I make the decisions I make in my life. And then trying to remember how to human. And then the child telling me he wants breakfast. Alright. Come on, Evan. You can share this bread. Ooh, 9 a.m. sounds glorious. I am jealous, sir. Yeah, we'll see if we can get one more batch of bread done. The rest of this is going to go into the rot pile. Alright, I need to get these out of here. I'm gonna take the arrows with me. Go. Do something with that. And I need to do something with these boards. Actually, no, it would look nice. When I get some more, I'll put some more on the other side. That'll look good. And do I have anywhere where I'm storing boards? Alright, well they can go in here for now. Same with these arrows. So Keith, I did some reading into that, by the way. As far as I can tell, I didn't see anything about any conflicts that would be like world-breaking or anything. What I was seeing, though, discussed is that apparently you can get mining XP for panning when using X skills. And the idea is you wouldn't get mining XP if you used the sluice mod. Is I think what people were trying to say. Yeah, that's the only thing I could find online. I haven't tested it myself to be absolutely sure, but that's the discussions online seem to be implying that. What is the situation on this? Oh, this is not park brick. Okay, well, I definitely overheated this oven. For some reason, I thought it was supposedly parked bait. But yeah, no, in my next playthrough, I fully plan to have X skills and my sluice mod that I love. So I'm definitely gonna have to make sure that they behave well with each other. So that's why I started doing that research, like I talked about there for you, Keith, because you brought up a point that I was like, I have to know now. I don't need this dirt. Okay. Check my tools. Sword, check. Knife, check. Random spear. I don't really need the bow because I'm not carrying any arrows. Well, I'll take the bow with me for now. I'm going to take my pro pick, though. Because anytime you go on a long trip, you should take a pro pick and a regular pick. Got 200 durability left. It'll be alright. That should be all I need. I might want an axe. Do I have an axe? Or did my axe break? Oh, there's my axe. Okay, good. It is almost busted, though. Yep. Charred bread. Perfect. Alright. I think we're good. Let's close up shop. Alright, Elk. Come on. Yeah, I'm heading over there to that village. That is the name of the village, isn't it? Nadia or whatever? But yep, that's the plan. It's actually my first time ever going over there. Which is going to be interesting, considering since I've never seen it before. I actually won't be able to identify the changes between, the last few updates and now. Because apparently they made some changes to the village in some of the recent updates. Make sure I arrive late in the morning. Okay. People like to sleep in, I assume, in the village. I mean, I've got several days to travel the distance to the village at this point. I can eat while riding on the elk. That's fantastic. Let's see here. Fresh for 3 days. Yeah, we'll eat the eggs next. There we go. and stay overnight. They have all the routines. It's fun to see Vintage Story making a better village system. Yeah, no, I agree. Like I am excited about going to the village. Is my rope in here still? Come on, where did I put my rope? Oh, do I need to bring the letter with me? I left it in my boat just in case I needed to. There we go. There's my rope. Hi, elk. Get in there, please. Good elk. There's it. Right, that's the button to zoom out. Yeah, I actually was watching, there's a Reddit discussion about the villages and stuff going on today. Because a fairly newer player, I guess, or at least they seemed newer, was talking about how the traders and their caravans confuse them because they clearly don't have an animal to pull the caravan. And then basically the Reddit was kind of going off on them about, well, yes, that's because that's just what they've got for now, but they're making changes. See the new treasure hunter trader in their little camps, and then of course the village. And it's just kind of like, whoa, guys, chill. First off, the dude was asking a legitimate question. Also, let's just be happy with how much work they put into the village and all the potential they plan to put in. You know. But yeah, no, I'm excited to see the village since I haven't actually been there. I also like the fact that it's like you have to travel to go to it. I'd like to see them put in a couple more though. That'd be cool. Here, which trader is that I'm looking at? Oh yeah, that's the building materials trader that's down there. Lots of sailing in this episode though. But I'm also going to make little points to stop and probably prospect here and there. You're more to the right. There we go. That wasn't building materials. Is there a trader on there that I've just never visited? I guess one of that was a trader I was looking at in the distance back over there. Definitely going to keep my eyes out to see if I see a place with a better salt reading than my current local biome. Because if I see salt, we'll get distracted by salt. Just saying. Yeah. Highlight the true, like, rare material of the game, the true thing that, is worth real currency. Like, the problem is the traders don't sell it in enough volume to make, like, trading for it really super worthwhile. Like, you can get it from some of the traders, but not enough of it. Then, of course, you have the traders that would buy it, but they're not offering me enough gears to sell it to them if I had it. Right, this is that place where I need to swing wide to the left here, because for some reason this sea ice never actually melted in the middle of summer. Yeah, see all that sea ice just still floating around over there? It's just strange that this never melted. chunks of it melted. Some of it didn't for some reason. I'm taking any readings over here. It doesn't look like I have. Exactly. Like, 32 is not enough to do one barrel. Don't you need, like, 1 per liter, basically, so you need 50 to do 1 barrel? Like... Now, if you had a bunch of merchants next to each other that were all selling salt in batches of 32, you know, then you could get enough. But then you're still talking about the crazy amount of gears you're going to have to grind to get to buy it off of them. Merchants that one. Yeah, that's another... Is that treasure hunter? It is. That's another treasure hunter trader. Wow. 3 halite domes. That's gotta make you like the richest person on the server, I'm just saying. Iron, metals, the rest of it, none of that matters. Halite domes. I also keep seeing these large mountains, these big exposed layers that I want to go poking around in. That's also not the kind of environment. Now, potash, that's a rarity right there. Because it only occurs in the halite, which you first have to find. And then it's not in every halite dome. Yeah, my potash trader betrayed me by restocking and getting rid of the potash they had in inventory. Cool looking mountain back there. Yeah, so, hold on. Yeah, see, exactly. Not getting mining XP for using the sieve, okay. Like, that's not a problem to me, that's realistic. Because in case you've never used a sluice before, you quite literally just run water through it and dump dirt into it, exactly the way they've designed it in the mod. It's exactly how it works. It doesn't take skill, that's just time and effort to process areas you think have valuables in them. That's quite literally all there is to using a sluice. And then being able to look through the stuff that the sluice catches. It's quite it. Quite literally it. Exactly. See, Keith? You and I both understand. That is just me, or does that dirt over there, or that stone over there looks a little oddly colored in that cave? I might just be getting too hopeful. That's just granite, isn't it? Yeah, it is. That's just me getting too hopeful. I was hoping I saw something cool. But actually, we will stop and poke around for a second. gonna stop the poke around. I hit the wrong button. There we go. Maybe this isn't granite. What kind of stone is this? No, it's peridite. Oh, that's cool. I like peridite, because I need more olivine. Yeah, it tends to be higher than sea level, but you can also go, like... You can find it in caves, like you're saying. It can be underwater and stuff. Ultra high native copper. 4 magnetite. Well, I don't need native copper right now. So. I'd take olivine. So we've got a peridite area. Let's just see if we get lucky and see any olivine sticking out. Yeah, this is... Let's see here. No luck of any, like, easily exposed olivine. But I could probably poke around in there and, like, dig and find some. The olivine's supposed to be fairly common, and that's actually one of the things I'm short on. Oh, hello. Goes down a little bit. And we'll do a short range. Just check, just to see if there's anything. Yep, nothing. Didn't think so. Okay. Alright, back to the boat. I will take the flint, though. Always pick up flint, kids. Because you never know when you're going to need to make some more calcified flint. Yeah, there's a vegetable of some sort over there that I don't care about. Who invited you, Boatman? Lord, that Boatman is trying today. Yeah, it has math. Exactly, like, you know, you could probably just dig around for a little bit and run into some olivine in that. There we go. That boathorn can have that little spit of land. It's not what I'm here for. Yeah, but I actually ran out of olivine making refractory bricks in a recent episode, so I need to get some more. I got like 54 refractory bricks, so I'm like miles away from actually having a cementation furnace, but you know, getting there slowly but surely. We'll make steel at some point. Okay, so I need to curve up here, because we only go on the northward path. If you go south, you just end up following, like, the landmass around down there. That rabbit's kind of far out into the ocean. Yeah, exactly. I skipped tier 1 and went straight to tier 2. Because I found olivine by accident one day. So I was just like, well, might as well, you know. No reason to do the tier 1. Although I was also reading an interesting discussion in this subreddit about the beehive kilns and the refractory, or the cementation kilns. So apparently the beehive kilns, at least, I don't know if this is true about the cementation kilns as well. I know it's what they were saying about the beehive kilns, though, is the tick for checking whether or not the bricks should be damaged is tied to your kiln door, and apparently, since it checks it at like 160 hours of runtime in game, what you can do is when it gets up to say like 120 or 130 hours, so after you've done a few firings, you can basically break the door out and replace the kiln door, and it will reset the damage check on the entire beehive kiln, saving your refractory bricks. Now, I think you have to make a brand new door, because I think that door is what they're saying. Yeah, the whole torch reset, but on a larger scale. Exactly. Now, I think they're saying the trick is you actually have to make a brand new door, because apparently the door, even after you removed it, still saves how much time that door has been used on it. But I'd have to go back and double check if that's what they're saying. And I haven't tested it myself, clearly, because I haven't made a beehive kiln yet. But I'm gonna have to try it now. And further north. Must be a storm blowing in somewhere, because I'm getting the music ticking up. But yeah, so something worth experimenting with, anyways. I mean, it'd be amazing if that works with a cementation furnace, though. Okay, I need to go further north. Yep. But yeah. So, I'm going to add that to my list of things to test. I mean, I don't know if you already have a beehive kiln set up, Keith, to test it with. But yeah, because it's what, like a 1 or 2% chance or something for the bricks to break on the tier 2 or something. Maybe 10% chance. It's super low. Like, and if it only checks like once every 160 hours, whatever, in game time, not real world time, you know, it's not going to be super often. But it still would be hilarious, though. Just replacing the kiln door, like, stops it, then resets it. Oh, you're making more bricks right now to ramp it up. Well, test it. There you go. You got a perfect opportunity to test it there. What's going on with this? I've got one of those graphical glitches here. We didn't load in that part of the chunk correctly. Alright, I need to head further north. Keep watching these clips, hoping to see, like, you know, salt. Because again, I've seen players' videos where they've just sailed by and been like, oh look, there's a salt dome sticking out of that hillside over there. Just like, gotta be the luckiest person playing Vintage Story ever. But yeah, I hope to make steel in this playthrough. It'll be my first time making steel as well. This playthrough's been a lot of firsts for me, Keith. And welcome out. Everybody else who's out there, welcome. Hope you all enjoy the stream. I'm going to be doing a lot of sailing in the stream. What kind of stone layer is that? We're gonna go check and see what kind of stone this is over here. Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. There. That's what I wanted. I think this is granite. Now I'm closer. Nope, chalk. I found a chalk biome. Alright. Carnite. Get all kinds of stuff. You can technically find halite and chalk, but that seems like that'd be a nightmare just because of the mild coloration difference. Okay, good. That didn't drop on my boat. And one more. Let's see here. High magnetite. Oh. Decent native copper. Here. Huh. I'll have to remember that. So, the magnetite. Iron ore. Now, it's going to probably be poor quality then. Anthracite, black coal, phosphorite. Yeah, alright. That's not what I wanted, game. Well, at least I know there's chalk over here in case I need more limestone for some reason. I mean, I already know where there's a limestone desert, so... But that high iron reading's not bad, because even a poor iron node is still worth mining. Alright. Get up around this bend here. Yeah, I think I saw someone else discussing different types of furnaces and steel creation, by the way, on the forums the other day. And things that they would like to see added. Since I know that's something you talked about a lot, Keith, is the idea of adding like a steel crucible for making steel. Alright. Cool, so if I keep this line, I should be able to get going west here. Trying to decide if there's any other places I really want to stop and check. We'll check this desert over here, see what it looks like. Exactly, that's right, Keith. Which, to be fair, humanity made do with that for a long time in the real world. Because even just back in the, 16 and 1700s, when steel was much more common in the sense that they had it, and were making things like blister steel and stuff, because steel was hard to make in large bulk, like what we have today, where, if you and I say iron to someone, the first thing they imagine is actually steel, not iron, as you and I might think. And that's because, obviously today we have much better industrial facilities for doing that. But the way that they would do it in the 16 and 1700s, for a lot of things that needed steel, particularly for things like axes and stuff that were going to hold an edge. Yeah, you do a steel edge and either an iron... Well, you'd actually do so... You would make the most of the thing out of iron, and then you'd split the edge of the iron open and weld in basically a strip of iron to be your sharp edge holding, particularly on, like, an axe. Now, on a knife, you do more like an iron core or sword. That's because, you know, the steel would be better for holding, the edge for the iron would give it more flexibility and more sort of strength. It's not really strength, it's more ability to bend instead of breaking. I completely left my personal lantern at base, because I'm an idiot. Anyways, we're going to poke around in this chalk desert a little bit, see if we see anything interesting. This looks like a good spot to take a reading. That one over there. Alright. Decent alignment. Let me see what that is, actually. I might... Titanium. Oh, there's titanium over here. I'm gonna take one of these blocks here. I'm just gonna go poke down around in this cave a little bit. There we go. And by poke around in this cave, oh, this is goes deeper than I thought it did. But we've also got a boat one. I can see him down there. Got me. Alright. You know, where I can see you a little more easily there, Botorn? That's going to be tough for me to get in and out of. I'll leave that alone. Especially because that's not why we're here right now. But nice to know that there's titanium over here. That'll be good for when we get into tier 3 stuff. Yeah, I'm not wearing any armor right now, Keith, because, you know, I left my house without my armor, because I'm smart like that. Actually, do I even have my armor in my boat? No, I think I left all my armor at home. There you go. That looks like that's going to be a meteorite strike over there. Yeah, I foolishly left my armor. Nope, because... Pause right here real quick. Because I want to go see if that's a meteorite strike over there. Flint. Chalk sand. Yep. Suvite. Here we go. And did you say if I break like this first layer of Suvite, I should see meteoric iron, theoretically? Oops, Suvite impact, Suvite impact. Anyways, well, we'll just mark this. Sky iron. Wow, if I can spell tonight. Good lord. Alright. Save. Might hit that on the way back. It's back in my inventory. Let's see here. Go and put these things away. Well, there's my extra feathers. They're in the boat. But that's a helpful place for my extra feathers to be. In the boat. But yeah, so I tend to get excited when I'm going on adventures like this and forget things like wearing armor. But that's why I bring extra food. I need to open it. There we go. There. I have so many about rocks. Every impact site I find, I quarry out because they have... Oh yeah, the whole diamond thing, that's right. Well, I'll hit that on the way back. Because I've actually never gotten a diamond either in this game. Let's see here. Okay, that's a survival trader. That's fair. I mean, isn't there like a trader that buys them? So I guess you could always sell them for some extra gears if you wanted to. That looks like another meteorite impact. That's the way the circle is. Probably just cave entrance though. That's something they should add though. More uses for gemstones in the game. I think that'd be a good thing for them to work on. In addition to, like, the fishing. So apparently experimenting with that. Well, I mean, sure, but maybe you just need to go get some extra gears for that really nice wallpaper so you don't have to spend, you know, your stockpile of gears, Keith, you know. Now, actually, if I were you, I'd put the diamonds in a display case. This is what I would do with them. I actually need to find a use for, like, the jewelry I've been finding in-game. I feel that, Keith. You know, is there a good way to display jewelry that you find in the game, Keith? I'm liking all these fish I'm seeing in the water. Purposeful storage. Now, you know, you keep mentioning purposeful storage, and I've looked at it a little bit. I'm gonna have to add it in my next modded playthrough. I think this is claystone down here. Because I feel like I stopped and looked at some of this when I was coming through to go to the lazarette previously. Yeah. I'm definitely going to have to start working on my mod list soon. Ooh, the glass door wardrobe sounds nice. That's amazing. That does sound amazing, actually. So I've been thinking about doing like a multiplayer server soon for my Patreons. And I'll have to include something like that in there. because I got one Patreon that I'm pretty sure once he sees how chiseling works, I'm gonna lose him to it. It'll be his new like thing that he spends hours upon hours with. Oh, there we go. I'm officially out of soup. Now I just have these 2 stews I'm gonna have to eat, and these pies and bread. Yeah. Welcome to stream, folks. Thanks for dropping by. See, Keith out here keeping me on top of things. Yeah, I just get distracted. But I hope everyone's having a good day so far. Feel free to chit-chat. Keith and I will definitely talk to you. Had a fairly cool person named Solomon come through earlier. Don't know if they're still hanging out. Alright. Okay, so I did do some prospecting down here. We're gonna go around here, and we're gonna go on the north side of this area, north of the Lazarette, down here. Which I'm still not sure I fully explored the Lazarette, by the way. Like, I think I got most of it, but I still feel like I missed parts. Is everyone having a good day out there so far? I know Solomon's already answered, and I think, well, Keith's waking up, so. So we're just shy of halfway to the village there, or Nadia, as I think is the name of the place. Am I pronouncing that right for people? Oh, there's that weird structure we were looking at last time, Keith. Right over there. Yeah, I found several of the etchings. Once I realized that those were the lore drops. Like, I went back and looked at every, like, etching I could find. I think I found something like 8 of them. I'm not sure. I didn't keep exact count. Yeah, I did do the underground part where you, like, have to jump down into, like, one of the wells in one of the rooms and then kind of go through the little water stream in the hallway there. And it brings you up to, like, an upper room where there's, like, protective suits and stuff. I explored all that. And that's where I found, like, a crystal skull and things. Looks like there's some seagrass sticking up over here. But yeah, you don't actually have to complete the entire Lazarette to get the like location of the village. Yeah, I think we can agree with that. I mean, that's why I was telling people, like, according to, like, the official kind of, like, information, there's 2 chapters currently of story in the game. And I think that's because there's 2 effectively boss fights in the game currently right now. And those kind of mark the end point of that chapter. So I would agree with that. It is really promising. Especially with how much they keep improving the game and stuff. Like, have you seen the pictures of, where, I think it's Tyron, the main developer guy for Vintage Story, the kind of head developer of the project or whatever, has been teasing fishing stuff, like holding up fish and lures and things, and fishing bobbers. So, I'll be curious to see what the next part of the chapter, or when the next chapter is, though, story-wise. Yeah, that's a good point there, Keith. But knowing how they've done things before, it may actually involve needing to find a place for the fish. But then considering they've upped the fishing population or the fish population of the oceans, that is a giant mountain back there. Yeah, I mean, you can do that with a spear. You're not wrong. Just look at that mountain back there. That's a crazy looking mountain. Am I looking at ruins there? I am looking at some ruins. Hold on. We're going to stop here for a minute. I'm going to go look at these ruins. Grab this flint while I'm standing here. Saw something up over this hill. What did I see? Get my sword out. In case it's aggressive, whatever it was I saw. So, just right around here. Might have just been a pig. Oh yeah, no, I love andesite. It's actually what I've been using for most of my cobblestone and stuff, just because I love the look of it. Nope, it was a bear. Oh, good lord. This game and bears. My standard bear tactic. I will go and hide in the ocean. Alright. Okay. Did it follow me at all? There it is. Gonna follow me? Come here. Get back here, bear. Come here. That's fine if you want to run into the water over there. Out. You got me with that one. There we go. Take the bones with us. Yeah, no, I love the andesite, though. Now that I'm not fighting a bear. Yeah. The day they learn to strike downward will be the end of my bear hunting. Okay. Alright, let's see. What kind of... What's a seed vessel? Do I get lucky? Do I get lucky? No, I don't. Seed vessels in this game hate me. Keeps giving me only rye. Only rye seeds for Thalan McRom. Wait. What do we have here? Another seed vessel. And... Ah, we got cabbages. Yes, cabbages. Stopping at this ruin has been totally worth it. Confirmed. Alright, that's all the ruin. I think that's everything. This one didn't have any bony soil. I just noticed. I mean, I suppose I could dig down and see if it's actually got any bony soil or something. I mean, it could always have more stuff buried here. But we're not here to dig around in the ruins. It's not the mission, the point of the mission. But I will mark it, though. Mark this. Ruins. But yeah, no. No, Keith, the day the bears learn to strike downwards will be a very sad day for me. Let's see here. What nutrition am I low on? Protein. That's parsley. And yeah, we'll do one of these. Yep. I think, well, I normally play with a mod that makes it so that you can process muddy gravel. So there's a separate mod for that. And it basically adds a loot table for muddy gravel. And it specifically makes it so the loot table is like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like seeds and stuff. Like, you can get other things, but it primarily drops, like, seeds and shells and stuff, so... matter of fact, what I can do real quick here... So I'll go pull up that mod for you here real quick, while I sail a bit. Mod. Okay. Story... Muddy. Make tea, Arctic survival, less noisy gravel. Where is it? Where is it? It might be the wild farming mod, actually. Yeah, so the wild farming mod I use makes it so you can actually pan muddy gravel. Yeah, no, the fact that it gives you shells and stuff is really good. So it's that wild farming revival mod that I use. This is the one you're looking for to do that, because it makes it so you can get like different seeds and shells and like other random bits out of the muddy gravel. And yeah, the shells can look great in the display cases, and if you're struggling to find lime, it will give you a slow trickle of lime. Yeah. Now, it does mean you're going to get a lot of things like random flower seeds, though, because Wild Farming Revival also adds like flower seeds and bush seeds and stuff. So you're going to get a lot of random stuff out of it if you use that mod, so that you can pan your muddy gravel. Just FYI. Okay, so looks like the land's curving back up some here. But welcome to stream, folks. I see we got a few new folks out there in the stream. Feel free to chit-chat. We are doing a lot of sailing today, because we're trying to travel about 10, a little over, just under 12,000 more blocks here. Yeah, I know, like, I don't worry about traveling to find lime myself. Sure, it can be a little bit of a delay for things, but it's not the end of the world. Like, I spent a couple episodes just going and finding a limestone, desert, and settling all my lime needs for a while. Like, I don't have a problem doing that. The only thing that really drives me crazy so far is finding salt. Specifically, finding the halite to get my salt. That's the only one kind of currently driving me nuts. But again, this is a game where I will just spend time exploring. Yeah, the halite can play super bad. That's actually why, in my multiplayer server with my kid, or my multiplayer game, it's not a server, it's just a locally run multiplayer game with my kid, I have the mod that lets me make salt out of seawater. Is it the most efficient thing in the world? No. Does it make life easier than spending untold hours searching for halite? Yes, it certainly does. And it was also a fairly valid thing in real life, where a lot of people got their salt back in the days. They'd go down to really salty parts of the ocean and get salt. Oh, see, that's kind of cool. I didn't know X Skills had that in there. I'm definitely going to have to play with X Skills on my next modded playthrough. Because there's just so many good things in X Skills. Like, there's some really cool blacksmithing stuff. You never used it personally. Well, I mean, yeah. You're the rich man over there living on 3 halite domes. Like, that would be that'd be an interesting mod idea. So, quick tangent, just because we're talking about salt and stuff. I'm going to stop and see what kind of merchant this is here real quick. But, I could totally see, like, using salt in the game with its current rarity as another form of currency. Because that was also a real world thing back in the day. Spices and salt and stuff were traded as if they were currencies at times. Oh, good, that's just outside of your house far enough for me to pick it up. What kind of trader are you? You're a commodities trader. Oh, that's your name. I got another step on. There we go. Yeah, barter system. I think that'd be really cool. It's got lime, bismuth, saltpeter. It doesn't help me because it's not potash. Suffering charcoal sewing kits. And of course, nothing I have with me. Alright. Interesting, but not what I'm looking for. But yeah, no, it'd be totally cool to add like a barter system to the game. I mean, I guess the gears sort of represent that, because the gears are both currency and not currency at the same time. What do I want to make you? Like orange, maybe? At least lore-wise, they're not really currency, but they use them as currency. I mean, the only use I've seen for them in game, I think, is what, making the glider and maybe a couple of the late game Jonas techs, if I remember correctly. Seem accurate, Keith? Alright, let me put away these seeds I found. So they're not taking up space. Bones. Oh, something I wanted. There we go. Part left. You're making sandwiches? Oh man, that sounds amazing. But I'm saying that the gears sort of act like a barter system. And then I was also commenting that the only thing I've seen them used for, though, on a mechanical level in the game besides trade, is the glider, personally. But I think you use the gears for some of the late game Jonas tech, don't you? That was the question I had. Interesting pillar of dirt from there. Mostly I was commenting on the use of rusty gears besides trading. That's all. Do I have any on me? No, I don't. Okay, so you do need both rusty gears and temporal gears. I knew you needed the temporal gears, because a lot of them run on those as like a fuel source. Guess we'll turn north. See if we can't find a way around. I also know you use like a lot of the metal parts you find in the ruins and stuff for that as well, with some of the late game stuff. So, I think Jonas had the tech, but I don't think he needed it like we do now. Because I think Jonas was... Again, I'm rusty on the story. I don't really know the story very well. You know it better than I do. I think Jonas was intentionally creating the rifts, but not temporal rifts in the sense like what we're experiencing. He was making rifts into what I think became the Rust Realm, right? To look into it and basically steal technology / knowledge / information about the things there to better make technology and stuff humanity, right? So I think developing the tech to stabilize and close the rifts back up was just a logical development out of the technology he was using. Oh, a bunch of clay over there. At least that's my guess about what's going on there, based on your statement. But yeah, this is something where I could probably do well with going and actually reading like all the lore content. Well, yeah, and I think that's kind of one of the implications is that, he was doing all this great stuff to try and improve, technology for humanity and discover new things and just advance science from his point of view, I guess. Um, and that, you know, obviously humanity was... Because humanity was also having to deal with the rot during all this time period, right? Or it started happening during that time period. And that if he had focused more on what he had been asked to do of, like, stop the rot problem, he probably could have done that if he hadn't been pushing his own agenda. But he was too obsessed with his own ideals, right? Kind of a deal. At least that's the impression I've kind of gotten from what I know of the story. I'm seeing a lot of the right kind of stone in this place, at least on the bottom layers here. Yeah, exactly. Because in his mind, he was probably deluding himself that, you know, doing those things would help humanity because, you know, they wouldn't starve if they, you know, had more people doing more work. What is that? I see something here. Stop for a second. Got a change in... Oh, it's granite sand. Dang. There's a lot. We had a sudden change from sandstone to something else. Well, you know, I'm going to take a sample around here, actually. Let's see here. It's a good spot for a sample. Okay, let's just dig out a little spot down here. There we go. Wow. Just nothing. Okay. I mean, not nothing, but just nothing useful. Yeah, I really kind of get the impression that Jonas was one of those people who was like, you know, I just keep making things better, that'll somehow solve it, instead of, you know, considering, you know. Alright, man. Well, you have a good day. And thanks for coming by, Keith. And I'll see you when you get back, dude. But I hope everyone else is out there having a good day so far. I know I am. I've had a pretty good day. Pretty easy day at work. Came home, spent some time with the kiddo, who's now in bed. Because it's evening for me, it's morning for Keith over there. Let's see here. Alright. I may have to get out and walk. This looks like it's going to wrap back around quite a bit. And for folks curious why I keep getting out and prospecting, I'm just looking for interesting things, particularly a high halite reading. If I find a high halite reading, I will get distracted from my goal of getting to the village immediately. Because... need halite. Well, maybe this does curve around. I don't know. I'm worried that this will go back over here and reconnect up with this, and this will just be like some sort of weird inland ocean thing. The land masses can get a little weird on these maps sometimes. What? Yep, yeah, it's curving back around. Yeah, not liking the look of that. That was sitting game. Alright, it's not too late. But we'll see here, folks. We're going to try and get to the village. There's another bear over there. This has been Bear Central. I like those coral reefs. Those coral reefs look nice. That was a nice addition to the game by the devs. I haven't prospected over here. What we're going to do is we're going to pull off here for a second, folks, and we're going to do a little prospecting. Just to see what kind of terrain we've got, and see if there's any chance of finding halite here. So we got andesite sand, granite sand. Well, not super hopeful with it being granite sand here. Let's see here. I need some more meat, so let's see here. So we'll use some of this soup up here. Oh, we're gonna have to move. Being harassed by a rift up there. Yeah, our rift activity's gone up a little higher than I would like. For being on shore. Like, being out on the ocean doesn't matter. Good, put this in our offhand. It'll help spawns a little bit. Alright, so here we are. Got some exposed stone here. So we'll do like this one. We'll do like that one. And then let's go up this way a little bit. There we go. See if this one's far enough. It is. Alright. Native copper cinnabar. Wow. Not much over here. It's not even a trace of halite. Get out my sword just in case this drifter from up there decides to come down and bother me. As long as it's not a boat torn. You can't put a hay bed on the boat. You can put one on the elk, though. You'll notice the elk's carrying one for me. I always have one in my inventory just because I had an extra one laying around. But, sadly, no, you can't put one on the boat to sleep on the boat. You can carry one with you, though, because you can put, like, chests on the boat and stuff. Alright, let's see here. I have to go back around. It's good to see that you're still here, Sammy. Yeah, no, I carry a hay bed with me when I'm out traveling like this. It would be useful. That's actually something Keith and I have been talking about in some of our chats when he's been hanging out in the thing. Is that, you know, one of the things they could look at doing in the future is maybe adding a larger ship. Because, well, you know, the sailboat's super good, and it can handle up to, like, 8 people. You know, a bigger ship would be great for, like, big multiplayer servers. You know, say, like, effectively something like with 12 or even 16 seats, basically double the size. And that would be something I could see where you could potentially add, like, a cabin or a bed on it or something, and make yourself, like, a little traveling houseboat type thing, nice big sailboat like that. And make it require multiple people to really effectively run it. Would be kind of cool. But I don't know if there's any plans for that. It's just something we think would be neat. Let's get a little closer to shore so we can actually see a little bit. I do know they plan to make it so that the anchor you can put on the sailboat will actually have a use in the future. Right now it's just decorative, but they plan to make that a useful thing. What I could do is pull off to the side and put down my bed and do it that way. That way we can at least get till dawn here. Helps if I stop somewhere where I can actually get off the boat. Let's get this. Hilarious. It's floating on top of the flower. There we go. We'll sleep through the night that way. That way we have better visual. There we go. Now we can see better. And actually, one of the things I should do... Do I have any firewood on the boat still? Got some torches, but no firewood. Well, that's unfortunate. This meat's probably going to go bad on me. There we go. I can hear you, boat one. No. There we go. I escaped the boat horn. They got to fire off at me. There's a big mountain over there. Big mountain. Well... Nah, I think this is going to merge back in over here. Oh, I got a big trader over there. And some flax. Alright, we're going to stop and see what this trader's got, as well as the flax. So I like flax. Move forward just a hair so I can get off onto dry land. Yep. Actually, since we're here, I do have an axe. Does this have a tree trunk? No, this is just a bush. It's not a real tree. Never mind. This is a real tree. That's a hole in the ground. What kind of stone is that? Granite? Yeah. There we go. That's enough. Get ourselves a little fire going, and we're going to cook up this meat here real quick. Over here next to this trader. Because I want to see what kind of trader this is. As well as this interesting ruin. Maybe it's not a ruin. This feels like a ruin. Oh, this is like some sort of mine shaft. Okay, look at this. Yeah, if your elk dies, you can either buy another one for 100 gears or tame one. Alright. This is new. Anyone ever seen this ruin before? That's definitely new. To me, anyways. Alright. That's a chicken over there. Okay, well, let's get this meat cooking over here next to our friend. Go. This meat. This will give us a little extra of protein in our diet. Perfect. There we go. Alright, what kind of trader are you? You're an artisan's trader. What you got? Got some nice storage vessels. Fancy crocks. Flower pots. Tapestries. And you'll buy fire clay. I'm not selling you fire clay. Diamonds, emeralds. So you'll actually buy the gemstones. Interesting. And a loam planter. Okay. Interesting. I have nothing for him, but it's cool that he's there, so we'll just go and mark him on the map. I like to mark traders as I find them. Let's see here. Gold. Oh. There we go. How's this going? Slow. There we go. Well, while that cooks, we'll go around and see if we see anything else worthwhile to investigate. We could actually go poke down into this hole in the ground, see what we find. What do you say, folks? You have to be careful, though. There's a bow torn there, apparently, with an ion shooting me. Alright, go. Alright. There's the bony soil down here. Oh, there's stuff below it. Okay, hold on. I need some more dirt if we're gonna do this. Because I did not bring my ladders. Alright. Hey, no rocks. There we go. Alright. Will 3 be enough to get me in and out? So I can get down to here just fine. Need one for there. One for there. One for there. Okay, so we need a little bit more dirt to get down there safely. Oh yeah, are you talking about the Draconis mod? Yeah, I've been looking at that one too. I'm thinking about that for my next playthrough. And I feel that sailing around is just... it's very enjoyable in this game. I'm gonna grab this here dirt. I like my bony soil. Then, let's see here. That away. Grab this. Do that with it. I'm going to grab a few more stacks, a few more pieces of dirt here, just to make sure I have a good way in and out of here. Another mod I've been thinking about getting is a step-up mod. But yeah, no, I've been looking at that Draconis mod a lot as well. Because it looks really good. I just realized I should be checking to see if there's any exposed silver in this. No, I'm not seeing any exposed silver. Okay. Let's keep working our way down here. Well, actually, I'll leave that one there for now. What's this? An oxblood vessel. Oh, it's got some stuff in it. It's got Marketeer mask. Some sticks, which I'm not super worried about. Alright. I just heard something die. Yeah, it's a bit of a commitment making a sailboat, so... But it's totally worth it, if you ask me. Alright. Come here, Drifter. I expected more down here, but I guess I was wrong. Nothing in that guy. We're gonna just poke around just a hair more. I don't want to break that one. There we go. And nope, nothing. Okay. Expected this to lead to like a ruin or something. Well, yeah, so the dragon will get you a lot more speed, per se. Whereas the, sailboat gets you more carry capacity, would be my opinion on that. I got a granite rock, apparently. There we go. So, we want to go up here. There we go. Alright, we've explored that. We've got ourselves a little bit of loot. Nothing crazy. Just a couple freebies here. Left myself a way out. And we could probably go explore down here. Find some more stuff, but I already pushed my luck. We're exploring this cave. Yeah, pros and cons of everything. But no, I'm definitely gonna try out that Draconis mod myself at some point because it just looks too good. It looks great. Now I have some meat to eat. Back to the boat. Now the sailboat does have the advantage if you can carry your elk around with you, which is nice. I don't think you can attach your dragon to your sailboat. I think it's too big. Kind of going back and forth if I want to harvest that, like here and down there. Oh, he's chasing me. You see that? That boat horn is chasing me. Go, come on. Next seat, please. There we go. Alright, that was our little adventure there. So let's see here. Maybe it does go through. I was worried that these two connected together. Let's put some of this stuff away here. We don't need this. That. That. Or the bony soil right now. That. Gotta figure out what I'm going to do with that bear hide. But yeah, lots of mods I'm looking at, because once I finish this vanilla playthrough and get through the storyline, I'm going to do a modded playthrough. I kind of was polling my community a little bit about it, and they kind of want to see me do a Frozen Earth playthrough, which I'm going to do, and so I've been looking at the various mods I want to include in that, slowly kind of planning it out. And one of the ones I'm thinking about including is that Dragon mod. It's a long-term thing to work on in the game. I'm going to do a Frozen Earth run. Yeah, maybe this doesn't go around. We'll sail over there and see if we see anything. Let's see here. Lots of traders right here. Little tiny trader. Ah, the Dragon of Spades. Technically, bronze is achievable for copper by just getting a few tin ore as you get the original copper. Yeah, that's true. You can do that. You can also, if you're raiding a lot of ruins, you can find the tool storage vessels, and you can skip tiers that way as well, straight to bronze, because I've gotten a few bronze tools out of those before. But that's a lot more of a gamble than the other. So. But I tend to rush through the Copper Age anyways. Just by... Generally, by luck, I usually tend to find, you know... I make my first copper pickaxe in a prospecting pick. I usually get pretty lucky and find a tin vein fairly close by. And so I'll just take those and go mine a bit of both. So, I tend not to stay very long in the Copper Age. I do keep the copper around for making nails, though. And lanterns. Because I like to look at lanterns. Yeah. Alright, I'll have to go around and go north on that side over there. Oh, wow. So you have a lot more rich veins then? Oh yeah. Yeah, 92 copper and 8 bronze is like the perfect ratio. Plentiful but not rich. Gotcha, gotcha, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, so, Samuel, you're saying you find signs when you're doing that? Yeah, what I tend to find are, swords. I tend to find, like, bronze swords in those vessels. Really cool for having, like, an early game weapon. Not helpful when it comes to tools. Unless you're playing with, like, the smithing plus mod, like I normally do when I'm playing a modded server, or whatever. In which case, then you can use a chisel or something to break it down into the components. But you'd already have to have metal at that point, so... You know. Yeah, I might increase the ore rate a little bit on my next playthrough. Juggernaut, just because I wouldn't mind having more ore nodes, even if they were just, like, lower quality. You know, not like the bountiful or rich or anything. Because honestly, in this playthrough, I've been dealing with a poor iron vein. It's been what's been feeding my iron age. I've only mined out about 2/3 of it. Alright, circle back around to that weird structure over there. I'm gonna stop and show you guys this weird ruin I found. Yeah, I don't think I've ever found a pickaxe in one of those tool things, now that you mention it. I know with the Better Ruins mod, it's possible to find a lot of stuff that lets you kind of skip through some of the early game stuff. Is what I've read, anyways. I've not tried it myself. Let me show you all this weird set of ruins I found the other day. I was going to the Lazaret. Maybe one of you can identify what kind of ruins these are. Oh, some of the flax is ready. Fantastic. Now look at this. Take the trims too. Oh yeah, no, I never really have a hard time getting to the Bronze Age myself. But it is interesting. Oh, you're on your Forever World? Nice. Now look at these ruins. So at first I thought this might have been like a ruined church or something, but Keith was around when I found this the other day, and he was telling me this is not actually a ruined church. But it does have that look about it, doesn't it? What's interesting, though, is it's got this thing out front, and this is what Keith and I were discussing, is this archway here. We're trying to figure out what it was. It almost looks like someone was laying out like an aqueduct or raised road of some sort. It's too narrow for a road, in my opinion, so I'm going to say like an aqueduct. Yours usually have locust nests in them. Yeah, this one didn't have any locust nests, interestingly enough. I was kind of surprised by that, to be honest. There's another iron vein right here, or another copper vein right here. Look. I'm going to mark this, even though I'll probably never come back and mine this copper, but I'm going to mark it anyways. Now, what was interesting is not only did it have this, like, church-looking building, and a couple clearly, like, outbuildings or something, but then it had this thing over here. Look at this thing. Yeah, it does have that cathedral look to it, doesn't it? Then look at this. Like, this clearly, like, some sort of, you know, ruin, but with all these, like, things around it. I was like, I had to guess this is some sort of altar. I dug down around it a little bit just to see if there was anything under it, but there didn't seem to be. Look at that. I'm not sure what this thing was supposed to be. It feels like this is supposed to be some sort of altar. Oh. Just some of the interesting things. And this is all vanilla. This is not like with any better runes or anything. Yeah, a functioning aqueduct would be cool. And, you know, since they are actually apparently experimenting with things like rivers and stuff currently, you know, maybe we'll see more water mechanics in the future, because we heard them talking about rivers and then potentially also doing like a water wheel eventually. I mean, they already had that on the list, but apparently they're kind of starting the experimentation with it on the dev stuff. But welcome everybody to stream. I'm going to keep repeating that as I remember. And I hope everyone's having a great day so far. I'm having a great day hanging out with you all. Alright. So we're going to head around this little peninsula and back north here. See if we can't find a westerly route we can take. I'll put these seeds in here. Storing up some extra seeds. Yeah, no, an aqueduct would be super cool. Especially if they get the water wheel working, because it'd be a great way to move, like, mountain streams over to your water wheel. For that mechanical power. You know what, that's fine. I'll put this in here. You're not a big fan of the river gin? Are you talking about like the modded river gin? Because right now, that's all modded in. They don't have natural river formation in the game right now. It's one of the things they're talking about working on. Lots of aged logs. Nice. Because the aged logs are supposed to be better fuel, aren't they? I saw something in the rocks over there. Hold on. Moving around. I think that's just flint. I think that was just a flint vein. Oh yeah, the river mud. Yeah, I've only seen it once in someone else's playthrough. Like, I've never actually tested it myself. But I don't know how I feel about it. Because it puts the rivers at the same level as the ocean, which probably with the code they're having to use to manipulate to do that, I can see why that's probably necessary. But Yeah, I can see where it's a little lackluster. Last longer can be adjusted to lasting longer in the config. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've not played with the whole um, aged logs thing, but that's kind of cool. Hold on. I see something I have to stop and investigate here. Hold on. Hold on. Because I'm sitting here and seeing a lot of, claystone, and I'm seeing some not claystone. Please be highlight. Please be highlight. I'll also take this flax one here. What are you? What are you? What are you? Chalk. Dang it. Dang you, Chalk. Tricking me. My highlight dreams. Right, let's see here. We're gonna do one up there. One over here. And then one down here. 4 cinnabar, 4 hematite, and... Oh, we did get minuscule halite, though. So there could be halite in this area. Or at least somewhere around here on the edge somewhere. I could have swore I saw some more discolored. There's more chalk over there. And some flint. Just gonna poke around a little bit. They've teased me with the halite reading. Gonna be a little longer of a fall than I want to do. Chalk is good. The main reason I'm not super worried about chalk right now, though, is because closer to my base of operations, I have an entire limestone desert, basically. Oh, you haven't found chalk in your world yet? Have you found limestone yet? What kind of trader is this guy? Luxuries trader. Alphonse. Oh, medallions. Wandered off then. Fine. Don't talk to me. Yeah, limestone and chalk can be really pain to find. I went crazy looking for limestone in my world. So I'll show you. So when I first started off, my base is way over here. I sailed all the way down through this area looking for chalk or limestone, only to decide later on, well, maybe I'll just sail up here. All of this is limestone. Like this. All of this up here is like limestone right there. Like, if I just sailed north instead of south, I would have found it a lot faster. Alright. Chalk. I'm just poking around in here just to see if I get lucky. Yep, lots of limestone. Limestone's very cool. Yeah, my last playthrough, it wasn't on this world, it was another... It was a slightly modded playthrough, but it wasn't like crazy modded with like any changes to spawn stuff as far as like ores and whatnot. I found chalk instead of limestone. Yeah, olivine can be difficult. I really fall down a cliff I can't climb back up. Poking around, just seeing if I would get lucky and see some exposed halite. No, but I found some exposed copper I'll take. Why not? I mean, it was free, so I'll take it. Yeah, That's fine. Run off, deer. Wow, you've got halite on your starting island? Nice. Yeah, that's one of the tricks to finding it, is you can look for Sivite. Oh, goodness. Ah. Drop down on me. Come here. Yeah. Come on. You started the fight. There you go. Yeah, sure. Decided to make something out of it. Alright, well, we're gonna head on here. Oh, here's a little cave. Let's stick our nose into the cave a little bit. That looked like that was underwater for a second. Oh, it's a dead raccoon. Alright, we're gonna work our way back to our boat, though. Poked around enough. I mean, this is an area that might be worth, like, coming back to and looking for how I did. We'll do one more reading further away from our first reading here, so that was there. We're gonna go over here and see if it goes up a little bit. And then we'll get back on the boat. Mostly because I'm kind of desperate to find a halite. Let's see here. We're going to go as high up as we can. We're going to go straight down here. And put over here and do one like right there. So now we've got borax and still minuscule halite. Alright. So if I had to guess, the halite's probably deeper inland. Let's reorganize that a little bit. There we go. Alright. To the boat. And no, Suvite's amazing to find, because it's one of those things that makes your life so much easier. You can make a lot better farmland and stuff. I've actually been looking to get some. I've got a trader that sells it sort of near my base. Let's throw that in there too. But he recently changed his stock on me and doesn't have it in stock anymore. That, and then let's go in here. Yeah, I'll just keep the dirt on me for now. Alright, let's get a move on here. There we go. Because with Suvite, you can permanently increase the fertility of your soil. And if you've got Terra Petra like I do, or at least I'm working on it. I've not fully converted my entire farm to Terra Petra, just I've got 4 blocks of it. But I have enough high fertility soil I can keep making it as I get more compost. You can take your Terra Petra, mix it with your potash that you get from the Suvite, and make, as far as I'm aware, currently the most fertile possible soil to grow in. Make sure this is going to let us go around to the west like we want. A westerly passage might be hard to find here. That looks like that might be a chalk biome up there, actually. Chalk or limestone? Probably chalk, since we've been seeing some chalk kind of spread throughout here. And there's a trader right there. Hmm. Okay, it's starting to veer west a little bit there. I have not dabbled with underground farming. Matter of fact, since my community wants me to do a Frozen Earth playthrough, I actually plan to do it in that playthrough. I have seen someone else do it, and one of the things I've kind of read about it is you kind of want to go as deep as you can if you're going to use it, depending on your biome. Like, if you're in a cold biome, deeper is better. If you're in a warm biome, higher up's better, but depending on what you're trying to grow. But essentially, it doesn't need light or anything. Like, it'll just grow down there. You do have to move the dirt down there to where you're going to grow it. But it can be really useful in the Frozen Earth playthroughs because the closer you are to the mantle down there, the bottom layer, the warmer it is. So you can grow things that you normally wouldn't be able to grow. Assuming you can get the seed. That's still the trick. You still got to get seeds somehow in the Frozen Earth playthrough. That's why I'm going to experiment with it some in my Frozen Earth playthrough when I do that after this series. I do know you have to be careful about lava, though. Don't try to use lava to warm up your thing. Oh, we got some hot springs over there. As that's how you end up setting fire to your crops. Apparently, if you're not careful. We had to backtrack a bit, but we were heading west again at least. Has anyone else out there experimented with the underground farming option? No, you don't want to farm under the hot springs. You don't, because lava bad. Because hot springs are usually over lava deposits underground, apparently. And apparently the water in hot springs will actually kill your crops, by the way. I was reading that online earlier. Where someone apparently tried that. Because they also don't produce enough heat in the way that the game registers to for farming in cold environments. Now, like, a greenhouse still works, or going underground farming will also work for getting your heat requirements for your crops. But the hot springs themselves, not helpful. Apparently. Alright, good. It's still letting me move west here. Yeah. Do you watch any of Hardware Despair's series there, Samuel? Because Hardware Despair has the whole Frozen Earth series he did, which is part of the reason my community wants me to do one, because they watched him do one, and they're like, you should try one now. I'm like, alright, I'll try one. And he did that. He decided to dig under a hot spring, basically, because he built his base in front of a hot spring. And even though he had a mod that made the hot springs actually, like, healing hot springs, so they would heal you if you got into them instead of damage you. And he did that to get to the lava down there, though. He dug under them for his underground farming. And he kept running into the problems where, as he was trying to expand the farm, he'd accidentally mine into a lava pocket, and it would set fire to his whole farm. And at some point, he basically ended up with a spot that was somehow touching lava in some way and still setting his crops on fire, even though he'd buried the lava. It was a whole mess he ran into. But I learned a lot watching that series. Because unlike in Minecraft, you can't move the lava with a bucket in this game. The lava's going to be where it wants to be. You just gotta deal with it. Now, I have seen another YouTube video where they show you how to use lava to make a mob farm and farm mobs. Like temporal gears and stuff. Oh, I clipped that one. Ah, cool. Yeah, he's been doing an interesting series where he's been trying to do a vegetarian playthrough right now that I've been watching. Alright, at least we're making progress, West. Ah, another bay. Dang it. Okay. Alright. Alright. Well, we'll park the boat here, and I guess we're going on by elk. Yep, come to a nice stop for me. I think he really watched was mob farm. Yeah, no, that's most of what I've watched as well. Alright, so let's see here. What time is it in the game? Alright, so we're gonna... Oop, it's one of them. I'm gonna cook up this piece of meat I found. Sleep for the night. Grab our elk. And head on. Yep. Alright, let's see here. Got flax anywhere in here? Hey, elk, can I have my cooking pot, please? Come here. Come here. Get up. Can I have my cooking pot, please? Thank you. Alright, there we go. Gonna do this. Throw that on there. Two. Throw these turnips in there. Go. Make ourselves a little turnip stew. Well, porridge. Before we leave our boat. Now we're gonna mark our boat real quick. So I don't lose it. Boat. And there we go. Ah, perfect. Finished. Nicely for me. Alright. Let's go and grab that. What's under that yet? It's got 4 days. Alright, cool. And I'll go ahead and do this. There we go. And now to sleep through the night real quick. So we can see in the morning as we ride our elk towards the village. The worst part is, I know there's going to be more water between me and there. So I'm going to have to make a raft and abandon the elk at some point. Alright, let's see if we can get through this. I'm going to check out these ruins while I'm over here. Oh, there's a trader right there. There he is. Can't see him on the map very well. Oh, that's a hole. That was a giant hole in the ground. I have fallen down in a cave with my elk before. I do not recommend it. Alright, this is interesting looking little ruins. We're going to stop and check and see what we've got here. We've got a farming vessel and a food vessel and some bony soil that we'll take with us. Come here. I'll take the bony soil. Thank you. Oh, there's another one. This is why I have to dig around in these ruins sometimes. More back there? Nope. It wasn't intentionally No Shovel Gang. How about that, Keith? Did it make you feel better? I wasn't trying to be No Shovel Gang. But I did just find a whole bunch of flax. What about this food vessel? Yeah. Is this spelt? Looks like spelt. It is spelt. There we go. Sure. I had to abandon the boat. I cannot find a westernly path beyond this point, apparently. I mean, it'd probably be closer if I went over here. And we're gonna try going cross country on the elk a bit. See what we find. Oh, wait. What do we have here? Another farming vessel, and it is. We got a basket and some twine. This is what I think of the basket. I'd rather have the cattails. Alright. I'm gonna leave this bony soil. As tempting as it is. I hear you. Where are you at, Boatborn? Where's he at? I think he's down in that cave. Okay. About to say, like, I hear the boat horn shooting at me. Where is he? Yeah, he's down here somewhere. So much limestone around here. Any other little cracked vessels for me, game? I do already have some. Alright, Keith. I will dig it up. Hold on. And to make you happy, you got a point. Valid point. I do already have bony soil, so I might as well take it with me. And I can always just throw it on the elk. Because he does have saddlebags. There. See? Now I have a shovel. And it's your favorite kind of shovel, Keith. It's the flint shovel, not the iron shovel. There we go. We've collected the bony soil. And I'm not going to go around digging up all the bony soil I can find. What is... We have lead ore. That one was closer. Oh, there he is. Look at that. He came up to fight me. I'm going to do this real quick. Pickaxe. Lead. Oh, he moved to get a better line on me. You're bad. Bad Boathorn. There we go. So what I'm hearing, Keith, is I need to get you to invite me to your multiplayer game just so I can leave flint shovels around for you. Is that what I'm hearing? Another Boathorn down there. Go away, Boathorn. Alright. Gonna get back on the elk and keep heading in a direction. Now that we've gathered some lead and stuff. Alright. Come here, Boathorn. Or not, Boathorn. Elk. Good lord. I can talk. But no, Keith, you'll be happy to know I don't abandon my flint shovels. I use them until they break. Because I can't stand just having them laying around. Alright. So I can understand your pain there, Keith. I don't just leave mine laying around. Maybe faster to go through the desert here a little bit. Very interesting dome of not salt. I'm doing pretty well, Keith. Let's see if the rest of the chat can tell us how they're doing. Oh, wow. I mentioned that and they run away. You saw my chat numbers go down. Oh, God. That's a bear. Judging me? Jesus. Oh! Second bear attack of the night. Unexpectedly. Gonna head over to this area real quick. Just because that looks interesting right there. Yeah, they do, don't they? Alright, at least I can make some bandages. Decided not to bring armor, but I've been finding enough flax I can make some bandages. I feel that table. Currently, I only have my son playing with me, as far as multiplayer stuff goes. But I do plan on trying to change that a little bit. Let's gravel here. Come here, gravel. Here. Quartz, quartz, quartz. Take the flint. But here we go. We got some paradite. but she wants to build and nothing else. Yeah, I run into a similar problem with my son. He's very excited about the game, but he's very scared of, like, the monsters to some extent. Oh, well, thank you, Keith. That's very kind. Alright, we found horse fight. Wow, just nothing. Nothing. Nothing nearby. Actually, that's an interesting question. Does all of you even show up if you do, like, a short-range prospecting? I appreciate that, Keith. And I also appreciate they think my content's good. Alright, well, nothing of great value over here in this area, other than this little bit of flint, which we're going to take with us. I didn't want the rock. Wanted the flint. There we go. Stick our doves down in here. Anything down in here? More paradite. That's it. Yep. But I very much appreciate that. Back to our oak. And to continue our journey, exploring around, trying to find a way to the village here. Since apparently he doesn't want to let me get there by boat. Ooh, that cave has... Sorry, I'm getting squirreled by caves. Now, with my luck, there's going to be water down here, and I'll put out my torch. Oh, hello. I think that means there's a locust nest down here. Yeah. Hmm. Nope. Definitely see a bowthorn. Yep. That would definitely be a place to explore down there. If I had a better way in and out. Look, I like to live dangerously. I'm very good at living dangerously in games like this. Goodness. You know what's worse is I also left all of my temporal gears back at the boat, too. So I'm living double dangerously here. I've respawned back at my house. I appreciate that. I do, so later on in my series, since Samuel, you said you're still on like the first few episodes, or you're on like episode 4, I do start to cut things out a bit as I get later on when I'm doing super long-term projects, like the road building project I'm currently doing. I've cut out big chunks of me just laying down stone, but I always make sure I stop and hit like the high points of this is how I'm doing whatever I'm doing, and then I'll show progress. So it gets edited later on in the series. Yeah, like digging and querying, I don't keep going back to. I'll start editing that stuff out. Now occasionally I'll leave bits in there if I get to talking about something interesting. Or that I think's interesting, I should say. Whether or not the community thinks it's interesting, you know, that's up to them. But I like seeing all this paradite, though. I just wish I could get an easily exposed olivine vein. Lots of chickens around here. So, It does eventually become more edited. But yeah, I like to watch. I'm one of those weird people, you know. The quiver item in the game. It's there, but has no recipe. I did not realize there was a quiver item in the game. I was not aware of that, Keith. See? You're teaching me stuff. Alright, I'm gonna look at this. I am shocked. Oh, God. That's another bear. Still chasing me. Alright. Are you a deep water hole? No, you're not a deep water hole. It's still chasing me? Yes. Okay. I need a deep water hole. Needs to be a deep hole. Yes, here we go. Very good. I just heard it growl at me. I have to check that out in the handbook. It better not be fighting my elk. Are you fighting my elk? Bear? No, he's over there running around. Where'd he go? Right, elk, we're going. That should be far enough away from the bear. Good lord. When did I pick up these berries? Yeah, I've seen that mod, Samuel. I didn't know that it was actually using an already existing item in the game. That's what I didn't know. That's what I get for sticking my nose out and poking around, by the way. Get attacked by bears. That's my little activity looking. I've been very lucky that I've not had much in the way of like landslides with gravel and stuff. But while we've got a moment, let's see here. Quiver. Would help if I spelled. Hmm? Yeah, like, you know. Yeah, I'm not seeing it in the handbook. At least it wasn't searchable. Hmm. Ink quill, Joe assembly, Squire emblem. Alchemy equipment. Because you have a navigation equipment. I actually intended to make myself a set of this Gambison armor. But I haven't done that yet. Condenser. Still lava. Boiling water. See, now you've got me looking. Just to see if I've somehow missed it. Nope. Doesn't look like there's any sign of quiver in here. So we're going to press on for a little bit. And then we're going to camp for the night, I think. Is it possible one of the mods you've got added the quiver to being visible? Like, I would believe you that it's in the game files. It's also possible, yeah, it could have been hidden in a recent patch, it's true. That's one problem with these limestone deserts, the number of caves around here. What time is it? It's early. Whoa, hello. What is that? That's brown coal. Well, I don't mind if I do. For hunter class without... So, are you playing, So you can make anything? So you don't have, like, the limitations turned on? Is that what I'm understanding there, Samuel? Because I did it in Tin Bronze Lamlar. Yeah, Tailored Gambison if you can do it. Absolutely. Keith's absolutely right on that. Tailored Gambison will give you like the least penalties and best armor value combo as far as I'm aware. Oh, sorry. Let's see here. What do I want to eat? 8 days. 3 days. I'll do soup. Oh, God. The bear is back. What the hell? Alright, this was a mistake. This is not deep enough water. Come on. I need to lead the bear away from the oak. Yeah, apparently I'm just having a night of bears. Good God. There's a bear. At least this looks like ocean over here. You gonna come? Come on, bear. Come on. Oh. 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 Ah. Ah. Okay. Well, folks, this is what happens. Oh, goodness. Yeah, F chat for this. Oh, God. This will be round 2 of me remaking all of my gear. I guarantee it. Alright, well, we're gonna respawn. This is my house, for those who have not seen my character's house in game. Oh, God. Yeah, I better make a bone flute. Do I have an extra knife? I think I do, actually. Grab one of these. Alright. What do I need to make the bone flute? Just a knife. Okay, well. Alright. Let's see here. Tongs. Hammer. Torch. Charcoal. Yep. Gonna make that bone flute. Well, this has been my adventure, traveling to the village. It was mauled to death by bears. That's how the adventure went, folks. No, my armor, my stuff is definitely gone. I have just lost all of that equipment. And if you're wondering, Keith, of how I'm remaining calm, is well, yes, I am generally frustrated, and I would occasionally like just stop playing a game if this kind of thing happened. Um, I kind of took a page out of my own book here because I used to have some friends I used to play with. Yeah, I know the flint shovel. The flint shovel is the biggest loss right there. I don't care about the iron tools; those are all fine, or the leather backpacks. That's all fine. But that flint shovel, there is never going to be another flint shovel like it. Let's see here. Knife. There we go. Yeah, I respawned all the way back at home. So, like, 1,500-ish blocks away from where I was, or 15,000 blocks away from where I was, roughly, give or take. You know. Because I didn't reset my respawn point. Yeah, oh lord. And I'm easily 10,000 blocks away from my sailboat. Eh. It is what it is. You get over it. Alright, stick. Knife. Boom. Look at my insta-quenched knife right there. Bone flute. There we go. Put that away. That away. Yeah, no, the stuff in the boat's fine. And the stuff on the elk's fine. Alright, so... How long does it take for him to come? Does he, like... How does his bone flute work? Bone flute. Alright. What does he call the acclaim? Use the medallion to claim ownership. Nope. Yep. Did that. Yeah, it's got a medallion on it. I mean, that's why it's got the whole, like, map marker thing. That's what I thought. Unless that wasn't a medallion. Because I can see the elk. That's what this green dot is over here. As we go, like... Come on. Lord, it's really far over here. Yeah, so that's my elk right there. See? Male elk. Tamed. Owned by you. Yeah, I'll leave that there for now. Unless the bear ate it. You don't think the bear ate the elk, do you? That would be unfortunate. Maybe it needs more space. Yeah. Alright. Well, this may be a bit of an adventure here. Can I save my boat and elk? Also mildly annoying that my food that I'd prepared is with the elk and bear. That's easily replaceable. Yeah, I mean, I have 2 rafts over there. First things first, I'm going to go ahead and harvest the spelt just so I can plant some flax in its place. Yep. Oh, actually, yeah, we'll do flax. I keep hitting the wrong button. Alright. There we go. Okay, time to replace some stuff. So, I'm gonna need a little bit of food for the road. Actually, those carrots aren't quite done yet. Right. I should probably harvest these blueberries real quick. So I'll use those to make some food for the road. I mean, the good news is I have some more iron blooms that I can process. And I have some iron tools already. There we go. Alright. Take these. Oh, good. My bread's still... my bread dough's still here for me to make fruit pies out of. Did not rot in the time I was gone. Shockingly. That off to the side there. Well, yep. Just mess it up. So now everybody knows this is why you don't travel without armor. Traveling without armor is how you end up in situations like this. I love your questions here, Keith. You clearly missed the cooking part of the episode at the beginning when I was getting ready to go. I basically made like a full stack of flour to make pies and stuff out of. And basically, I kind of ran out of ingredients I wanted to use. And so I just put the dough outside in my rot box, because that's where I just rot things that I don't need. And I was going to let that pile of dough rot just for making compost. That was the whole point. That's why I was out there, Keith. That's the answer. Yeah, I know. That was the whole point. I turned it into dough, and I was letting it rot on purpose to make compost. Alright, let's see here. How do I want to do this here? So I have a pick already. I have a shovel. Need a new sword, though. Because my extra sword's on the boat. So I need a new sword. I'm gonna do 2 pieces of coal. So I need sword, prospecting pick, axe. Yeah, that's really about it, actually. Just those 3. I think. Anything else I should make? Prospecting pick, axe. Yeah, I think that does it. Because there's my extra recurve. Yeah, congratulations on your first day of spring. Yeah, I'll be alright. Okay. Oh, good. Oven's ready. There we go. I'm going to put these berries all the way. And that's my berry jar. Think about it. I'm going to put my spelt grain in here as well. Honestly, the saddest part about all this is the leather backpacks. At least my leather's ready. This wasn't how I wanted to spin this leather. But you know what? Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Alright, so let's see here. I need a new pro pick, but we'll start with the axe. Because I need a new axe anyways. Because my other axe is almost broken. Alright, and then this one. There we go. Alright, there we are. I'm just glad I also uploaded most of the really valuable stuff into the boat. It's so... Yes. It's not really supposed to have combat. Like, the village itself is a nice place. It's the stuff in between us and the village is not nice. I charred my pie. I just realized. You know what? That's fine. I don't want to char these pies. Yeah, no, the village itself, very friendly, very nice folks. The bears on the way to the village, not friendly. Now, granted, I also brought all that onto myself. I'm not going to pretend that wasn't my fault. You know, I absolutely decided to travel without armor, and therefore risk being mauled to death by wolves and bears. Not that armor will fully prevent that from happening, but, you know, slows it down enough that you can fight back. What's the temporal gear pendant do? I'm not familiar with that item. And I do have the extra gear for it, so, like, you know. It makes it so you're never in total darkness. Oh! Okay. See? Keith out here with the good advice again. I should go and get my thing out of the oven. I just realized. Say there, sword. Good to know, Keith. Thank you. I'll have to do that. That's not where I wanted that to go. It'll be alright. Oh, Keith, I have to show you something I got at the Residence Archives that I've been very hesitant to mess with. You know, because I know it's a bug of some sort. So I'm gonna kind of leave it alone, but I'm gonna show it to you. Alright, go. Sword. Check. Alright. Yeah, you have 10 minutes to get back to your body by default. Before it despawns all your stuff. Now, in my modded playthrough, I have the player corpse mod. When I'm playing, you know, that I'm also playing with my kiddo on. And that one, it gives you... There is no time limit, because basically you can just, you know, go back to your corpse and harvest it like you would an animal to get your stuff back. Kind of a deal. I'm gonna grab 2 more pieces of wood and throw in there. Grab my torch. Sucker back up. But yeah, on my modded stuff, I use the player corpse mod just because then I don't have to. And it was a pro pick I needed, right? But on here, yeah, 10 minutes, stuff's gone. And Cave will tell you a sad story that I had happen recently in the game, where I did a stream, 2 weeks ago, Keith? Right about? I just forgot to close the game out after my stream and left it running. And, like, what was it? Something like 6 months passed in game, which meant my character starved to death, and I died and respawned in my base with all my stuff already having despawned. So I've already been through this whole, you know, mess before of, like, losing all my gear and having to remake everything. This is my second time on this playthrough doing this. Oh, God. I promise I'm actually decent at this game. He says to himself, hoping to assure himself that he's actually decent at that game. Alright. Yeah, it was about half a year. Yeah, all the food had rotted and stuff. It was just nonsense. There we go. So, if I had chosen not to fight the bear and worked my way back to the elk, I probably would have survived. But I've gotten a little too self-confident in my ability to lead bears out into the water and kill them. So that again was just me being completely overly sure of myself. Like, there's my full set of iron chainmail right there, just sitting there, taunting me for not having taken it with me. Finish cooking here. I can put this hammer away, so I don't need to take it with me. You go and get my sailboat back. What was it I wanted to show? Oh, you mean this crystal skull that I found? I did talk about that, I think. Oh, I mean, I was going to show you that, oh, well, there's a bowtorn living in my improved charcoal pit. Come here, bowtorn. There you go. So this is my improved charcoal pit, Keith. I actually did a firing in it recently. Worked out really well. Yeah, see, now I've completely forgotten what I said I was going to show you. So, I don't even know now. See, my mind's just completely forgotten, too. So, gotta remember. What did I say I was going to show you guys? Or what was I thinking about before I lost track? I did say I got overconfident with myself in trying to fight the bear. That's one thing I was talking about. I don't think that's what I was talking about. No, I don't recall. Sometimes I wonder if I have undiagnosed ADHD. Anyways. Oh, I'll show you. Ah, here we go. That is something I can show you. So, go upstairs, onto my roof. You make an iron trapdoor, just like this one. And there's your old... Then there's where you put your campfire. So you fill it up, open the trapdoor, put your campfire in, light it, close the trapdoor, park it. Boom. No more moving dirt around, no more worrying about putting your dirt down. You know, all good. Oh, I also got my pulverizer working, by the way. So, my happy little pulverizer. Just run back up. There we go. Get that going. I guess I'm gonna have to take my raft over and try and get my stuff back once I finish baking these pies just to have food. Yeah, that's how I made all these refractory bricks right here. I've yet to turn them into the blocks because I need to make mortar, but... I think you can change that after world creation. I turned it off because I was trying to go for like the kind of default survival feel. But moments like this, they make you sad about it. But it's alright. Live and learn. We always do a little bit better next time, right? This time we'll take the armor with me. Come on. Hurry up, oven. I would like an improved oven in the game. Because while this oven was, this style of oven was used in the real world well into, like, the 1700s. As a matter of fact, I actually had some bread baked in one of these not too long ago. Well, I mean, a few years ago, but, these nice wood-fired bread ovens. There were several improvements made throughout the years, though, that on a tech level wise would make sense in this setting. Or at least a bigger bread oven. Even if it still has to be fired the same way. I want to mass produce bread and pies. Oh, yeah. I can, having actually used a real wood-fired bread oven. I know exactly what this looks like. Oh, are you talking about the Botorn? How do they shoot people? Have you ever looked closely at the Botorn? I've heard some pretty messed up theories about what they are. I'm pretty sure I just saw lightning strike my chickens. Um, but it looks like they're maybe former humans whose rib cage now goes out their back and acts as arms of a bow, kind of deal. Okay, now my chickens are still alive. Oh, good. And you're both up here. Aha. Ah. Then we're going back down below, chickens. But actually, some of the best bread I've ever had was made in a wood-fired oven like that, where they lit the fire in there and then scrape the coals out, or scrape the coals out once it was hot enough. Actually, I should feed the chickens. I'm sitting here thinking about it. What should I feed the chickens today? I think I'll just feed them this flax grain. Now, granted, I was also camping, and we just gone through, like, a torrential downpour of, like, quite an impressive amount. And, why is there a drifter in my chicken coop? Ow. Bad drifter. This is not for you. Stop it. Did I just trap myself? Oh my god. Out of my way. Am I gonna die here again? Oh my god. I'm gonna die here again, aren't I? Haha! I lived. Yeah, so, I actually intend to put a roof over that area at some point up there, Samuel, where my windmill and all is. I just hadn't taken the time to do that yet. Good, I have enough to do that. But it's on the list of things to do. Well, Keith, what you're experiencing is just my luck in playing video games. This is just how I play video games. The monsters hate me. They show up in bulk. You know. Go on. Get away from my door. Yeah. At least I had the forethought to leave my nice gold-lined brass lantern here at home instead of taking it with me when I died. See? So, gold lining. It's not actually silver lining on this one. Nope, just very high rift activity, not apocalyptic. But I've seen Apocalyptic a few times in this playthrough. I did not personally know it had gotten that high. It could get that high until I saw it. There we go. Throw this black screen in here. Oh, good. Our other pie finally charged. Let's see here. Bandages. Bandages. Alcohol soak bandage. What do you need? So you do need aqua vitae for that, don't you? Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a distillery for that yet. Okay. I definitely need my armor before we go and do this. Let's see here. Let me grab some chain, some leather. Oh, that. There we go. Yeah, it's not apocalyptic out there yet. It's trying to be. Alright. Yeah, so, it's really good what I did, and I think Keith was there when I was doing this design. So basically, I built, like, a wooden floor under my chickens, and then I cut it out in, like, really narrow grates. And it lets the little baby chicks fall through when they hatch, so that you can separate them out. Apparently, according to Keith, I think Keith was the one who told me this, you can do the same thing with piglets if instead of doing it in little, instead of a graded pattern like I did, if you do it where you knock out the entire center of a block and leave just the outer layer of the block. You can do that for piglets, apparently. I haven't tried that yet. Alright, times it very high. Trying to decide how I want to approach this here. Yeah, just 2 boxes on each side. Yeah. See, there you go. Keep coming in with the details we need. Shove this pie down my character's throat here. Yep. Cool. Let me grab one extra bag. Here we go. That way I just have a full set. Yeah, always things to do in the game. Alright, so I think we'll just sleep through the night here. Get till morning. See if maybe the drifters clear out a little bit. And then we'll go grab the raft and see if we can't at least go recover the sailboat and the elk, hopefully. The funniest part about the drifters to me is when they hurt themselves and get into their little slap fights. Oh good, it does look like the lanterns are close enough that they don't spawn along my road. That's nice to know. Yeah, so as part of this giant road project I'm working on, I'm actually lining it in lanterns every 13 blocks. So I've got a copper lantern I'm putting down it. I've only made it to about here with lanterns, so I still have to get all the way over. And I'm also at the point where I have to start cutting through the mountain now. But I was trying to get to the village and handle that before I finished, because I can always do mining and building in the winter. Assuming these unfriendly neighbors don't show up and bother me. Rift activities calm. Go home. Go on. I'd come out there and fight you all, but there's like 8 of you, and you're backed up by Boathorn. And I don't feel like dealing with all that. Okay, I can see the Boathorn right over there. Which it's, yeah. Which it's apparently a bug that the Boathorn don't, like, retreat at daytime, by the way. Alright, Samuel, you have a good one. If you make it back in time, cool. I'll probably only be going for about, not too much longer, actually, because I gotta get up and do stuff in the morning. Because it is now 11:40 where I'm at in the evening. Alright. Go up the top. Since they're hanging out at the front door. I heard it. That's right. Shoot the windmill, not me. Alright. What about the rest of you? Any more Boathorn out here? Okay. So I have some drifters running around. But I'm not seeing any Boathorn, which is my major concern. Okay. Let's see if we can't get to our raft and get our actual boat back. Yeah, this is the progress I've made on the road. Yeah, no. The sound they make is very helpful. So you can know when you need to move and dodge and all that. Alright. Let's see here. I don't really need that on my hotbar. Yeah. I mean, I could always make another sailboat to go get my sailboat. Alright, we'll take the pine raft. Anything in the baskets. Here we go. We're gonna slow boat it. I'm gonna be honest, that oar does not look very effective the way it's shaped when you look at this third person. Normally expect them to be a little bit wider than that. Less stick-like. I also think traveling by raft burns more calories. Not sure. I have to check that. It's true. It is made with basically no tools. It's like, what, 2 logs and 2 rope to make the oar, if I remember correctly? Alright, let's see here. Map-wise, where are we at? So I'm going to cut south. Right about that angle? Is that right? No further. Yeah, I'd agree. Like, maybe a nice, well-made canoe would be nice. Or even, like, I don't know, what are those little thingies they make that have, like, the sail on them? I'm trying to remember what those things are called. Although, to be fair, if we go by real-world size, our sailboat is basically one of those. You can also do, like, a rowboat. Rowboat would be cool. Granted, this raft is basically a rowboat, just not nicely shaped. But I can see a rowboat that had, like, the space for, like, 2 chests, or maybe, you know, 2 people or 3 people, something like that. That could be cool. You've got a valid point. I actually haven't looked at the canoe mod too much. I've seen some discussions about it on the Reddits and forums, obviously. But I haven't actually looked at it myself. But I think we'll try and get back to the sailboat. I'll probably end the stream once we reacquire the sailboat. Granted, that's going to be a bit at this point. Good to know. Well, you've given it your thumbs up approval, so I'm going to have to look at it now. Yeah, I don't know what's up with your world and your world's generation to have 0 oceans. Although you said it was set down to, like, what, the 2% oceans or some nonsense? Some crazy low number? Which is saddening, because I very much enjoy having oceans in the world. I just wish my oceans were a little more consistent and less, like, giant lakes surrounded by continents. Like traveling down through here, very interesting, but this landmass over here is huge. Same with over here, as it apparently goes all the way around to here. You know? I just need a good way to get through this. Like, I almost should just cut, like, a channel through there or something. I mean, that's fair. It was the Sanders heading back then. It's kind of a newer thing. And when I created this world, you know, oceans had been out for a little bit, and so it was a little more information on, like, planning to make sure you set your world up to spawn with them a bit more. Alright, there we go. Now I need to cut hard south. Yep. Once we get to where the sailboat is, though, and I go to go get the elk, Definitely gonna put the chainmail on, since apparently wherever I go in this game is like bear central to some extent. My base has like 3 bear spawns around it, just in the local area. More bear spawns south of it. And moose spawns to the north. I got attacked by a moose the other day, actually, while exploring in the north. This was a new one for me. I hadn't been attacked by a moose before. I'd seen one, and I'd killed one. Which obviously, okay, just I had been attacked because that one fought back, but... I am carrying all my tools on me again. Yeah, I've heard that. Um, I've seen a moose in person before, like out in the wild. I did a canoe trip in the boundary waters between the United States and Canada when I was 16. And we did a 10-day canoe trip through the boundary waters up there, portaging our canoes between the different lakes. It was a lot of fun. And that's also when I saw an elk in the real life for the first time ever. Those things are massive. I would not want to be attacked by one. It would absolutely just crush you to death without thinking twice about it. Yeah, because it was weird. We were like in canoes, and the moose was swimming across the lake, like next to us. So, and then we watched it, get out of the lake on the other side once it got to where it wanted to go. Okay, so I need to go around that peninsula down there. I will say the bears are fairly aggressive in this game. I think they should probably adjust that to a slight degree. And before you all be like, what are you talking about? The reason I say that is because they have several different types of bears, and I know they do have some adjustment in that. Like, apparently pandas exist in the game, and they're slightly less aggressive than the other bear types, is what I've heard. I don't know if that's true, but I've heard that. Same with, like, the sun bears, I think. But, in the area I'm in, we've got, the black bears and the brown bears and stuff. Well, if we compared those to their real-life, like, counterparts, at least in the States where I'm from, your brown bear is going to be sort of like a grizzly. Grizzly bears, yes, very aggressive. That should absolutely, like, try to eat your character. Fully agree with that behavior. But their smaller compatriot, the black bear there, are a lot less aggressive in real life. Matter of fact, you can generally scare one off just by being loud and yelling at it. Still don't recommend actually getting into a fight with one, though. Still absolutely, wreck your day. In case people were wondering. Like, yes, the black bears of the southeast may be less confrontational than other bears. Still very dangerous. So maybe they should leave it the way it is. I don't know. Just thoughts. Because we're having rafting and time to just chit-chat about things and think about things. I do want to thank everybody who's still hanging out with me and watching me raft back to try and recover my sailboat and my elk. What are we doing here? Okay, so we gotta get down around this. And then past all that over there. Okay. If they were to add an extra animal or creature, what would I want it to be? That's a tough one. Because I have several things I'd love to see in the game. Like, honestly, I'd love to see more ocean life and aquatic life. But then there's also a lot of, like, land animals that are kind of missing. Like, sure, we have raccoons, we have wolves, we have bears, we have foxes. And we have the sheep and the goats and all that. And the moose. I don't think of what else I'd want to see. There's various types of deer, and there's elk, obviously. I know there's hyenas in the warmer zones. There's not a lot of reptiles. I'd like to see some sort of reptiles. Heck, give me the snakes from the primitive survival mod. I'd like to see them more active instead of just randomly spawning when you pick up rocks and sticks. But I think that'd be a good add. It adds something to be cautious for, you know. What about you, Keith? What opinions do you have? Or even anybody else out there in chat? What other animals do you think would be interesting to see in Vintage Story? I definitely agree with a larger aquatic animal. Like, dolphins would be cool. Or if they wanted to do something to do freshwater and saltwater in one go, they could do, like, manatee. Manatee would be pretty cool. Or if they want to do something bigger for the oceans, like a whale would be neat. Turtles would be nice. Marlin would be cool. That's why I said I'd love to see a lot more marine life, just because right now the water seems very dead. You know, because in freshwater we have a pink salmon, which is a very boring looking fish, to be honest. Now, they've given us some ocean life around the coral reefs. There's some new fish variety, but it's only really kind of around the reefs, and you don't really see tons of them. But I do think like a turtle, like a sea turtle, would be very good to have, or some sort of whale or porpoise, or even just a larger fish. Like, I definitely agree. Any of that would be a good idea, Keith. I fully agree with that. Hopefully it's something they'll do when they look at more of this water stuff. Alright, let's see here. I need to go this way. Alright. You know what's interesting? Like, there's a fish there. What kind of fish is that? Is that one of the salmon? What are you? Yeah, it looks like one of the salmon. Hard to say, though. The worst part about this is I have to hold forward. Unlike the sailboat, where I can just occasionally steer, I have to press W to keep going on this one. That's the worst part about this. I'm going to stop off here and cut up one of my pies so real quick. Well, here's a fish. Maybe that orange fish was different. It swam off really quick, too. But it was different. That'll keep my character fed for a bit. Let's see here. Let's take a quick look. Alright. So we're down here, mate. We've just made this turn, basically. So we're still... That's here. That's 8,900. So we're still right about 6,000 blocks east, and 3,000 blocks south. Oh yeah, the sand gives it that nice crunch, especially when you get like that peridot sand in it. That's how you know it's the good pie. You know. So, I used to be involved in scouting here in the States. And we were doing some wilderness survival training for some of the younger scouts one day. And I was doing a cooking lesson on, like, how do you cook things, over campfires and stuff. And we were doing something simple. We were just teaching the kids to cook, like, hot dogs on a stick, basically. And one of them dropped their hot dog, and it landed in the sand. Exactly, Keith. You get it. But the hot dog landed in the sand, and the kids were like, "Oh, I'm not going to eat it." So I just picked it up and ate it off the ground, just to make a point about when you're out in the woods, away from civilization, you don't just waste food. Not the worst thing I've eaten out on a camping trip, though. That'd be the hot dog that went, or not the hot dog, but the banana that went through the local lake, which is, you're not even supposed to eat the fish out of that lake. The things we do. I mean, I could have gotten water to wash it off first, I suppose. That would have been the reasonable thing to do, Keith. At this point, it was all about the principle. Let's see if any of that flax was ready. I'm just going to take it with me. Actually, yeah. Keep sailing. Because again, I did not bring light source or anything with me. Because that would have made sense. This game. Alright. Let's see here. Need 6 sticks. Look, Keith, you even told me, and I even said that's a good idea. This is entirely my fault. I accept that. But have no fear. I know how to craft random things in my inventory that are sort of light-like. Behold, I call it a burning stick. There we go. See? You can see just fine. All you need to do is set a stick on fire. You don't need no fancy, like, gear based technology that makes light that's hands-free. That's too fancy for my taste. Yeah, it's only like the 12th time I've had to invent fire this playthrough. Yep. If I was smart, I would have gotten 1 extra stick and put an extra torch in my inventory. Always keep an extra lit torch in your inventory. My advice. Sitting here paddling this raft across effectively like ocean and deep ocean in this game makes me think about sea kayaking. You ever been sea kayaking? The merchant there in the distance. Have I been to that one? I have not. There's that tree. Just like right there. Hmm. I mean, we could always go stop off at that trader's camp over there and sleep in his bed till morning. Assuming he's one of the ones that's big enough to actually have a bed. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I've done sea kayaking, you know, a couple times. It's a bit different than river kayaking, is my understanding, because I've actually never done river kayaking, weirdly enough. I've canoed plenty in rivers, and I've, driven other, like, little power boats and stuff in rivers. Never done river kayaking. Done sea kayak. Kayak's a little bit bigger than a river kayak, though. It has a rudder on it, which you control with your feet. These were solo kayaks, but we went as a group, so. Now, interestingly, I've never done any sailboating. I've driven plenty of power boats and stuff, and obviously sea kayak and canoes and rowboats, but I've never actually worked on a sailboat or, controlled one. We're not there yet. We're making progress, though. We're just paddling our little wooden raft here across the vast ocean. We've made it around this curve here. So we're, what, about a third of the way, maybe? Would you say a third's probably accurate there, Keith? But we are traveling. We're making progress. My character is just paddling along with a torch in his face. Okay. Fair enough, Keith. It's kind of like saying, it's kind of like me. Like, I've done sea kayaking. I understand the concept, but, I wouldn't go out and train someone else to do it. Nice. Playing some Pokemon? Cool. But I'd say we're probably about a third of the way there. So we still got some time to go. But now I'm going to see if I can impress upon my wife to grace me with her benevolence and bring me some more to drink. My lovely wife. Yes, I'm going to be rowing all night. By holding the W key. And behold, I was graced by my lovely wife with a refill of my drink. Alright. Okay, I need to veer slightly more northwardly. Oh. Which fan-made Pokemon are you playing? I'm now curious. As someone who, played a lot of Pokemon back in the day, and these days, I definitely do not play Power World in my free time. Need to turn a bit more north. Okay. Not familiar with Pokemon Insurgents. Oh wow. That is pretty dark for a Pokemon game. But honestly, if you read the descriptions of the Pokemon, from the Pokemon, from the Pokedexes and stuff, that kind of stuff should be happening. For being honest. Well, thank you, my love. There we go. My wife has refilled my water for me. Yeah, I'm actually not super up to date on a lot of the new Pokemon stuff either. Kyogre. Which one's Kyogre? I feel like I should know this one. Alright. Oh yeah, nope. That's what this game's about. Bears and rain. And, and sailing. Rowing. And apparently being attacked by an army of drifters at my house. I feel like I got the title for this stream wrong. Today, instead of going to the village... Oh yeah, like, the raft itself doesn't bother me. Like, I like the concept of it. And I like how early game it is to get. Like, don't get me wrong. I like the raft. I do love the sailboat and not having to press W to move forward. Like, you can just open the sails and go. I very much like that feeling. But Keith and I were kind of talking about how it'd be nice if there was something kind of between the raft and the sailboat. Kind of like the canoe from the canoe mod. Or like a rowboat or something. Or even a slightly smaller sailing boat that only have like a couple seats instead of the effectively 8 extra seat slots for either, storage or seats or whatever. But honestly, the raft is perfectly serviceable. A little slow. That is true. The raft is very affordable. Ooh, longboat would be cool. Yeah, this episode has very much been me getting, like, into fights with bears for some reason. There's lots of bears today. this whole vanilla run has been very bear heavy. To the point where I actually have a permanent bear trap near my house that I use north of my house near my iron mine in case of bears up there. Alright. It's gonna be time for my southward turn here. And on top of the rain, we're also got medium rift activity as well. Means if I get close to shore, it's gonna be like bow torn o'clock. I mean, the wolves don't have much sound when they walk around either, though. Both the wolves and the bear tend to only make sounds when they're getting ready to attack. Well, at least the wolves kind of growl a little bit if you get a little too close first. You do have a point, though. They do have a sound. And generally you hear it. You hear the wolves before you get close. And, like, the wolves also have a howl they do when they're just kind of milling around, too, so you know that they're in the area. So you got a valid point there, Keith. The bears got nothing. Like, just the roar as they rip you apart the first time. Like, Actually, should check that. I wonder if bears are... I mean, look at the... Why the mod that makes bears make sound is one of the most... Yeah, you got a valid point. How many game days has started since I passed since I started this journey? It's probably been like a week in game. Probably been like 5 or 6. Just thinking about it. Well, actually, I could even do the math here. I've been streaming right at 4 hours and 6 minutes, and the standard day length in this game is what? 20 minutes? Or is it 30? I have to think about that now. Because I'm also using the 12-day months instead of the 9 days. Yeah, I feel like it's about 6 days. Since I initially set out. So 30 days with 24 hours for a full month. Now, did you change the day length at all, or just the number of days in a month? Should be able to make the turn now. Okay. I wonder if I can check that on my settings. Hold on. Settings. No, it's probably not going to show up. Because I'd have to change the world settings. Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to go look at World Gen. Alright. Let's see here. I don't know if I can look at World Gen while I'm in game. There is a command for it, isn't there? To look at your World Gen settings. Like, I know if I was looking at the, nah, it just lines to change them in game. Yeah. As I say, I know if I was looking at, like, the loading screen, the menu, where you select what world, you can kind of see your settings in there under the edit menu, but it's not all of them. Because some of them you can't change after creation. But I mean, we can always save and go out and look real quick. Well, yeah, because crop growth speed is based on the number of days in the month, whatever you set that to. So, like for mine being, 12 days, that means if a crop that takes 2 months, 24 days. So that one I know it adjusts based on the number of days you set per month, as far as crop growth speed goes. I don't know that day length has an effect on that. I mean, obviously day length does, because it determines how many days have to, or how long your days are real world time, so it has an effect on your real world time waiting on crops to grow. But oh, I can tell you what to do with carrots. You feed your pigs. Or you turn it into rot to make compost for Carapetra. And yeah, Samuel, I'm usually the same. Usually I avoid the second hit. This time I got, you know, full of myself and tried to fight the bear using my lead it out into the water trick. So this was entirely my fault that I died to the bear. Because it was starting to walk away. I could have let it walk away. And gone and gotten my elk. But no, I wanted to kill the bear. Yeah, yeah. Stupid bear not being blind at night like I am. Who said it's allowed to see things? I knew what you meant. Lure setting at 50%? What? I missed something there. Or do you mean like, yeah, I'm confused. Oh, you mean like, how much of the lore contents and stuff there? I know there's one that disables it, which is common in the, Homo sapiens runs, where you don't have any of the lore stuff. Don't feel bad about being a bad typer. Look, I was a programmer and used to do programming for a living, and my typing skills are atrocious, so don't feel bad. But then I had another programmer one day explain to me why programmers have bad typing skills. And that's because spelling and grammar is the machine's job. Yours are at 50%. Okay. How much longer do I have to go? My wife's over here trying to figure out how much longer I have to raft around here in the game. Well, dear, let's take a look. Here, hold on. I just have to get from down here all the way up to there to get my boat back. And then my elk's over here, next to my corpse. Well, where my corpse would be if it hadn't despawned. Along with like 12 bears. I'm just gonna assume there's 12 bears over there. Because clearly, if it was only one bear, I could have won that. Clearly, that's what I'm gonna tell myself. Oh, you're talking about distance to story stuff. Okay, yeah. No, mine's at the normal 100%. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense now. You're talking about the distance to story events. I've actually heard that it's pretty popular to lower the distance between story events and spawn and all that. Yeah, because I think at 100%, like it's anywhere from it's like an average of 20,000 blocks, but I think it can get up to like 30,000 blocks or something as far as distance goes on the normal default setting. As far as like maximum it gets away from, spawn. I could be wrong on that, though. I don't know exactly how they coded that to work. He's going based on what I've heard other people say. I need to turn further north. What? Why did we stop? Oh, because I accidentally selected my character's lunch. That's why we stopped. There we go. I can also put the torch away, so I'm not blinding myself. Okay. At least I'm not having to follow the coastline. I can just kind of do straight shots in the places where I have long shots to go. Okay, that makes sense, Keith. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what the setting's called either, but it's like, you know, lore slash story distance or something. Yeah. Now that you've explained it, yeah, we all know what you're talking about now. It's not a setting I've ever messed with, but I've looked at it. But again, this is also my first time actually going and doing the story content, so. How do people feel about mods like the airship mod? Weird question, I know. Kind of on a tangent here. An interesting perspective, Keith. Not a bad one either. So, I'm kind of in a mixed opinion about it. Because, one, I kind of agree. Yeah, it's not too bad. Like, I kind of agree that Keith's right, that it feels like it's a touch too far for the technology goal that they have in mind for the game. But then they've also said they want to kind of get into sort of light industrial technology, so at that point I could see where the argument could be made for it. We'll have to see what the game devs... For me to really feel comfortable with it, I'll have to see what the game devs kind of do with the final layers of technology. But then I also think, you know... Yeah, no, the mere existence of the translocators kind of throws the technology in the game world just completely sideways as far as like what's acceptable versus what feels too far off, if we're honest. Because they've developed technology using effectively, or teleportation using effectively like pre-Steam technology. Like, what? Like, you know. No, obviously that has to do with... Oh no, yeah, they should let us make Crucible Steel. That should absolutely be a thing long term. Like, I could get tearing up to it with us having to get through Blister Steel, then into Crucible Steel. Sure. Perfectly reasonable. You know, but it should definitely be long term. Let me make crucible steel. I mean, the fact that they let us have teleporters that occur naturally in the world, and our character somehow knows how to fix them. Let's just start with that. I say, you know, super late game, we should theoretically have electrical power then, because, you know, why not? Not saying, like, it should be, like, full electrical. Yeah, exactly. Just make a custom furnace for it that uses the tier 3 refractory bricks that we already have to make anyways. And then, boom, crucible steel. I would agree with that, Keith. That seems like a perfectly reasonable progression path to me. We're so close and yet so far to the boat. I didn't even realize I went past some hot springs over there. Like I knew I'd seen some on this side over here somewhere. Where were they? They're back over here, right? Weren't they? Oh no, they were over here somewhere. Maybe those were the ones I saw. I don't know. You're not saying that we need Tinker's construct inventory, but I do say that homogeneous crucible steel had been invented in China for sure long since the early medieval ages. Absolutely. Oh, so Samuel, you hadn't seen the airship mod before? Um, yeah, it's one of those that a lot of people are kind of on like different sides of the fence about because it seems a little like high technology for the game, but it works. It's an interesting thing. It runs on um, temporal gears as fuel, and I've seen every time I've seen it, it's been a little glitchy for people to use. I mean, there kind of are mods that turn this game sort of into Warcraft. Like you can get like fantasy races and stuff, and there's even like uh, extra character species you can get as well, mod wise. Like I saw someone release one for playing a kobold the other day. You know, exactly. And thinking. I'm actually thinking about some of those for my next playthrough when I do like the Frozen Earth playthrough or whatever. Because I don't really want to deal with just drifters and Botorn and stuff. I was thinking of adding in some of the fantasy monsters and stuff, just to vary it up a bit. And the truth is, we don't even know what kind of indie game stuff they'll have when they start adding the next story chapters, like the rock creatures and stuff. When they start bringing those in too, or at least we assume the rot will have creatures. Oh yeah, I was planning to add in the whole like elephants animal mod with the woolly mammoths and stuff. I was going to do several of those creature packs for that kind of stuff. So having watched Hardware Despair's playthrough, where he added the penguins, I almost feel like that's kind of cheesing it a little bit because of how plentiful the penguins were. Yeah, I know you won't see a lot of them. But there's a few of them out there that are, like, designed for colder planets. Or colder places. That's a big tree over there. Yeah, that's part of the reason we keep talking about crucible steel. As a nice step forward. Yeah, the steel is rough. I'm gonna try and get into steel in this playthrough, just because I've never done it. But it's gonna be a long journey. Yeah, it's a slow thing. The main thing you want to do is just do your best to keep the fire under it going. The cool thing is, the way they've got it done, you don't actually lose any progress if the fire goes out. It just stops making progress, from what I understand. Oh god, you're trying to make the modded Landschneck steel armor? No wonder you need so much steel there, Keith. Good lord, man. I mean, to be fair though, Landschneck armor is flamboyant as heck. We're so close. Good lord. It's been like 30 minutes for me to raft back to this thing so far. You're not wrong, Keith. Limitations are just goals. In games. That's the whole point of games. Oh, you gave up on the Kimberlite? Oh, okay. I mean, to be fair, sure. No, I don't blame you. The alum seems to be very hit and miss. Like, I think I found a note of it somewhere earlier this playthrough. Alright. We're at least approaching the same bay that my boat is in. Yeah, it does. Yep. How much alum do you need to do dyeing in this game? I know you can get some from the commodities traders and stuff. I haven't actually looked at the Stargate mod. What do you know? What's the Stargate mod do? Tell me about it. I can get behind that there, Keith. Landschneck armor in steel head to toe. in the Zweihander. I like me a good Zweihander. But Samuel, tell me about the Stargate mod, though. I am not familiar with it. Let me see here. I wonder if I can pull it up on my phone, because I have the wiki on my phone, hilariously. Which I think also has the mod database. I think. Or at least a link to it. Mods. Running basic. Content mods. Yeah, mod database. There we go. All mods. Stargate? Where's my boat? Boat? I should be looking at my... There's my boat. It's right in front of me. Oh, is it this Astaria Porta Stargates? Use ancient artifacts of long-lost races to explore distant lands. Is that the one? Alright, let's see here. Stargate, okay, capable of creating portals between one another. Explore their worlds with ease. This is an alpha version. Let's see here. Add custom naming. Features. Milky Way Stargates connect each other, forming portals between them. Watch out for unstable vortex from the wormhole forms capable of destroying anything. Okay, so it does exactly like the same stuff. Interesting. So it gives you like a dialing thing to dial up the different gates. Is that what I'm reading here? And mysterious stone tablets that... Interesting. So... Huh. I'll have to look at that more. Just reading the description. Alright, here we are. Where's my thing? There it is. Alright. Well, we've made it back to the boat. Let me grab this. Actually, hold on. Nope. No luck on the flute. Yep. So we have the boat. Now to retrieve the elk. First things first. Let's be smart about this. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to look at that Stargate mod now that you've shown it to me. Just because it sounds interesting, if nothing else. Alright. Our primary goal is to retrieve the elk. Or at least his equipment. Yeah, it definitely sounds like you have to find them in the game. Although, yeah. Oh, yeah. See, I was actually considering getting one of the player translocator mods that lets you make translocators or even move them around. Okay, it's rain in the game. I was wondering what that extra sound I was hearing was. There's just meteoric iron sitting here. That didn't do anything with me. Well, you know what? I'm going to mark it. Alright. Continuing on to the elk. Yeah, I know. I was like, that's a weird looking rock. Must be a ruin. Nope, that's just a meteoric iron node just sitting on the surface for no apparent reason. Alright. So there's a few mods that let you either move the in-game translocators or even build your own player version of the in-game translocators, which are the teleporters that normally exist in the game. Yeah, that is kind of amazing about the meteoric iron. Let me put this on my hot toolbar here so I can get my torch out so I can see better. These trees, and they're being in my way. Alright. Should be close to the elk. The elk is farther over here than I thought he was. Yep, that's a good point, Keith. Just throw your torch on the ground. This is where I was like running in circles around the bear, I think. In this area. Several of these lakes are looking semi-familiar. There might be a range limit on the flute. I'm also worried the elk may be dead. That's my big fear, if I'm honest. Alright. Should be getting close. Because I can see... No, that's... I thought I saw some lights over in the distance. I do not. Never mind. I'm gonna take this flax with me just because I can. So it should be just over this hill, basically. This next set of hills here. Tell us if we get the elk back. Yeah, I guess that's gonna be the title of the VOD, is Journey to the Village Part 1. Or Journey to the Being Mauled by Bears. Either one. I can hear you over there, Rift. Stay over there. Look at this kind of crater-looking hole. That almost looks like a crater. It's because of its shape. Good lord. The rifts are trying to get me now. Pretty sure I also just heard my elk. And of course, rift activity is high now. Well, my elk just moved, so it's gotta be alive. It's my elk. How you doing, good elk? Stay. I'm gonna go peek at where my body was. Oh, there's my broken torch. I can get my bed back. Yay. I recovered my bed. Alright. Oh, that's a good idea. Let me go back to my elk and sleep. Yeah, over here hiding in the bushes. Alright. Try and not get mauled by a bear in the middle of the night. Wait, how's it not daytime? Alright, look, come here. Let me see your saddle. Alright, first things first, we're gonna put that in there. Yeah, the hay bed is so rough. Put that there too. Yep. Alright. Got to eat another piece of pie. Gesundheit, my love. Alright. Gonna work this way here. Because I just want to peek and see if any of my stuff is still there. Dang it. Come on, find me out in the open over here. Come here, drifters. I'm gonna do this. Let's do this over here. Come here. Alright. Drifters, and now wolves. Good lord. Alright. Going back over here. So I've dealt with the bowthorn. I just heard a wolf over here somewhere. You're gonna really try me. After I just wiped out your whole little army. Give me your linen. Come on. Yeah, it's because that... It's because of that rift just sitting right there. I just want my loot. This is why I kind of like the auto-drop mod that makes them auto-drop their loot. Come on. Ah, there's another one. Alright. Fine. I'm just going to go check my corpse. I don't think there's anything left. We're going to go check. That's all I wanted to do real quick. Oh! My stone spear is still here. It's a miracle. Just what I always wanted. I got my stone spear back. Oh my god, my stuff is actually still here. I don't know what has happened here. Okay, so step one. So I gotta empty out all this junk. We can just throw that out. Alright. There we go. Okay. I don't know what kind of nonsense this is. Okay. We gotta go. Yep, yep. Back to the elk. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go get my elk, because I don't know what kind of black magic has just happened here, but we're gonna accept it and not question the game. I have no idea what kind of, you know, unholy deal I've gotten here, but I'm accepting it, not looking at it sideways. You know. Come on. Coming out. We gotta go back over here. Over. Faster elk. Okay. So, shift. Alright. Alright, so here you get all this stuff. We'll take that. We'll take that. There we go. Cool. And that can go in there too. And then this can go in there. Alright. How are we looking? How are we looking? How are we looking? Okay, stack that, move all that, move all that, move all that. Okay. There. Yep, there's one more bag. Alright, so we're going to toss those out, toss that out, pick this up, nope, out. Aha! Aha! I got you. Okay, that can go up. There we go. I have no idea what just happened there. Somehow, we got everything back that we care about. Okay, come here, Elk. I got more stuff for your saddlebags here. Let's see here. Yeah, that's right. You have a seat. This bear hide spoiled. That's unfortunate. That's fine. All right, stack all that up. Stack all that up. Okay, put that all together. Okay. Put this backpack in here too for now. Why not? Let's grab extra stuff just because I can. I have the space for it. Well, I've clearly done something right with my life today. Yep. Time to go back to the ship. Because we've got a very full inventory now. Alright. Back to the ship. Because I have no idea how that happened. Alright. Wonder if writing the... Ah, yeah, there we go. That's better. Writing the elk in third person, much better. Much less camera bob. Well, there's one of them wolves. At least the wolf doesn't seem to be chasing me on the elk. Well, at least now I have a full set of extra backpacks. You know? Oh, my goodness. I did not expect there to be anything there. I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to check for fun. Because why not? There's a ton of mushrooms through here. Oh, another trader, too. Just hiding here in the forest. Okay, elk. I need you to, like, get out of these trees. Oh yeah, like it's supposed to only be 10 minutes. I think 20 at max normally. But here we are like 45 minutes later, or actually almost an hour later, and it's still there. Like I don't know what I've done right in my life to earn such a boon, but sure. You know, actually I kind of wonder if maybe it was so far away that since I wasn't near it for a long time, that if it didn't handle, like, the processing to make it despawn or something. That would be something that I'd have to experiment with. Because, you know, some games have stuff like that where if it's outside of a certain field of view or a certain range of the character, it just doesn't process. Yeah, the classic unloaded chunk. So I wonder if it was unloaded, and so, because of that, since I wasn't there for it to be loaded, it just didn't process until I got back within a certain range. And that gave me enough of the time delay there. Hot springs. You know, that's a good in-canon explanation. You know, the cold water, you know, protected my remains and gear. Come on. Back out of the water, please. But there we go. Alright. I am amazed that somehow that didn't go worse than it could have. Yeah, because they're not actually hot springs. They're more like They're more like... I'm trying to think what... I mean, hot spring is the term we use for it. They're not really hot springs. They're like... They're basically geysers that don't erupt, for lack of a better term. Way to explain that. I'm sure there's a better name for it. That's... that's what I got. Go. There we go. Alright. Offload some stuff here. Yeah, absolutely, Keith. Thank you all for hanging out. And nice chatting with you as well, Samuel. Thank you for joining chat, especially since you're like a first-time chatter on my streams, I believe. But thank you, everybody, for joining me on this crazy misadventure to go to the village, and we're like halfway there, and just struggling to get there. And yeah, y'all have a great weekend. I'll probably be streaming later than normal tomorrow, by the way, for folks, because my son's got a birthday party thing we're taking him to for one of his friends. And so I probably won't be streaming until like 5 o'clock my time. You know, a little earlier than the stream started, basically, but I intend to stream longer and later. So, anyways, we'll catch you all later. Thank you all for joining me. This has been Thalan McRom, streaming Vintage Story Vanilla. Y'all have a great one.